Members Clymer, Coyle,
Here.
Pryor,
Here.
Sampson. I am. Weeks. Mayor Mangucci. Vice Chairman Fishback.
Here.
And Chairman Van Vliet.
Here.
I think that's maybe me making that noise.
I think it was, but okay, I think we have a quorum. So at this time, I would like to welcome everyone to the Township of Lopatcong Planning Board meeting of May 26th, 2021. At this point, I would like to invite everyone to join us in the silent moment of prayer, followed immediately by the oath of allegiance to the flag of our country. Okay, would everyone rise to pledge allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance
To the flag.
to the flag
Yes.
of the United States of America and to the
To the
republic
republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'm required to state that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided indicating the time and place of the meeting in accordance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975 by advertising a notice in the Star Ledger and the Express Times and by posting a copy on the bulletin board in the municipal building. Okay, Beth, can I have the official roll call vote then? The roll call, I'm sorry, I keep putting vote on
Yes.
the end there.
Members Clymer, Coyle,
Here.
Pryor,
Here.
Sampson, Weeks, Mayor Mangucci, Vice Chairman Fishback,
Here.
and Chairman Van Vliet.
Here.
We just got 5.
That's all we need. If the other ones join, they can so signify by being here. I guess we're going to move, the agenda will move right on to old business. It doesn't indicate it on the agenda, but we should take up the resolution for completeness for the bridge application. Does anyone have any questions on that, or? This is not from for the public. This is for the board members only. Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution for completeness for the bridge application.
Not hearing you, I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second I'll
okay,
second that motion.
roll call, Beth, please.
Members Coyle,
Yes.
Pryor,
Yes.
Weeks, abstain, okay. Vice Chairman Fishback, Tom, looks like he's muted.
Yes. Sorry, I was on
Okay.
mute.
Chairman Van Vliet,
Yes,
Beth,
yes.
this is Jim. I just unmuted myself. I've been here the whole time.
Okay, good. So you can
We now
vote
have-
in favor or,
Yes.
okay, to the resolution, thank you.
okay. Next order of business would be to approve the minutes of the April 28th, 2021 planning board meeting. Does anyone have any questions, comments on the minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Make that motion.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, Beth, please.
Yes. Members Coyle,
Yes.
Pryor,
Yes.
Weeks, Mayor Mangucci,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Fishback,
Yes.
Chairman Van Vliet.
Yes. Okay, under our next order of business, we'll be moving on to the NFI Real Estate LLC hearing. They're requesting preliminary and final major site plan approval and variance relief application concerning property located at 188 Strikers Road and designated as Block 99, lots 3.01 and 6. I have a little bit of a problem with that, and maybe Mr. Bryce can. They are asking for this major site plan approval for lot 6. I don't believe they own that lot.
No, that's right.
It's
Mr.
not
Chair.
under this application then.
Well, a part of lot 6 is for the egress, and they have the consent of the property owner. So they are technically utilizing lot 6 for ingress and egress. They have the consent of the property owner, and they are allowed to include that in their site application.
Is there a question on that, property owners? We've seen nothing concerning an easement or anything like that of an official nature.
They, at this point and at this juncture, just for purposes of the application, they don't need to actually produce the actual easement. They just simply need the consent of the property owner for the application, which they do.
Okay. Before we invite them to start with their presentation, I'd like to, in the interests of full transparency, indicate that the board is operating tonight under the existing ordinance concerning zoning here, as opposed to the new ordinance that our council has passed within the last several months. We're doing so.
I would say
We're
my
doing-
percent. Or you can't
Pardon?
have less than 0%, but it's pretty close to that. Well, like it's.
Would somebody please mute their? Okay, anyway, we are operating under the rule of an injunction placed of us on the courts, indicating that if we're hearing anything in regards to this ROM zone, we must operate under the older existing ordinance. It leads to a lot of questions. I'm not prepared to debate them today. I just want everyone to realize that we are operating under the rules and regulations that the court has imposed upon us. And in that injunction, they indicated that we must follow all of the guidelines and deadlines under that application rule. There are certain variables in there that we were required to have time limits on when we were to act on these applications. Since they made the application, we were under the 45-day rule in order to act on the completeness of those, and we're basically on a 60-day timetable in order to proceed with the hearing, and I believe we're in that realm. I'll defer to Mr. Bryce if there's any further explanation on that. That's the best I can do with telling you what's going on. I was just hoping to, if a lot of the public tonight have questions on which ordinance we're under or anything like that, I hope that sheds some more light on what we're doing. So I'll defer to Mr. Bryce on this one then.
Mr. Chairman, I think that you succinctly stated exactly the position that the board's in. I do remind the board that because variance relief is being sought, the board has 120 days to act. So.
All right, thank you for that. At this point, I will now defer to the applicant from NFI for their hearing. Is the applicant present?
We are, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Mark Peck. I'm an attorney with the Florio Perucci Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant, NFI Real Estate LLC. We're here seeking preliminary and final major site plan with bulk variance relief. And as the chairman noted, we were ultimately deemed complete on March 24th of this year, although we do assert that we should have been deemed complete January 27th, 21. And again, that's presently under review in the courts, but we have published and served the required notice and provided the affidavit to the board. This application concerns a 592,800 square foot warehouse that would include 29,640 square feet of office space, and there'd be associated site improvements along with that warehouse. This is for property located at lot 3.01 in block 99, and which is 188 Strikers Road. And as the chairman noted, it also includes a portion of lot 6. There's a 50-foot wide access easement providing access to this otherwise landlocked site to and from Stryker Road. It is located in the ROM zone district where this is a permitted use. Subject property has been owned by a local family for a long time, and NFI has been in discussions with them for years for this project, so this family could realize some profit from this very challenging parcel. And we've also been trying to work with the township for the past 18 months, and we, hope that we can be good neighbors and a productive part of the community. With that all said, the property itself is a landlocked 46 3/4 acre parcel. That's lot 3.01. And again, we have a 50-foot easement across the north side of lot 6. And the executed consent of the owner also does note the existence and location of the easement. The lot itself is irregularly shaped. It's bordered by buried plastics, the railroad, the overlook neighborhood, and the solar field. And largely as a consequence of the lot's landlocked status, several variances are sought. But I'll go through them in order. First is from section 243-63D, which involves lot frontage on the public street. We have no lot frontage. Then there's 243-75E, where you need at least 300 feet of street frontage. Again, we have no street frontage, just the 50-foot access easement across lot 6. Then we need a variance from 243-75D2, which involves a 25-foot landscape buffer on all non-street lot lines. There are some encroachments with that. And from section 105-4B, which requires a 25-foot minimum distance between the driveways. We're also seeking a number of design waivers from section 243-46C1B, which requires, allows a maximum 40-foot driveway apron width. Ours is proposed to be 112.4 feet. From section 243-48B5, which imposes a requirement for sidewalks, which we're not providing. From section 243-48B6A and B, which involves a requirement for 30-foot minimum fire aisles. We propose 24-foot fire aisles with some employee parking along 2 sides of the building. And then from section 243-48B7A, which requires which permits a maximum 4% slope within 100 feet of the intersecting street, this being Strikers Road. But we would note that this involves only the apron slope, and Strikers Road actually exceeds the 4% slope at that location. Now, Mr. Ritter identified 2 other variances in his April 15th, 2021 review letter. One, he indicated a variance from 243-62A1, which involves a number of plantings in the buffer area. But we believe that we can comply, or we do comply, as will be set forth in the testimony, so that variance won't be necessary. and also from section 243-49G5, which has to do with open space and parking fields. And we disagree that this is needed. It's based on calculations, parking spaces, but we'll address to that when we're in that portion of the site plan testimony. We've received and reviewed Collier's extensive April 23rd review letter, and most of that presents no issue, but there are other elements that we'll need to more thoroughly address, which we'll have to do through testimony for this application, as we haven't had the opportunity to confer with your professionals. We have 3 witnesses for tonight's hearing that we're going to present for direct testimony. First, we have Kyle McKenna. He's our site engineer from Bowler Engineering. We have John Witchner. He's our traffic engineer from McMahon Associates. And then Andrew Janu, who's our planner from Beacon Planning and Consulting, and he'll put on the variance proofs. And also we have Michael Landsberg from NFI, and he's here to answer any operational questions that the board or public may have, but we're not planning on putting him on directly as a witness. So without anything further, I'd like to call Mr. McKenna, our first witness.
Please do so.
Kyle, you ready?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Okay, I believe you'll need to be sworn.
Hey, Mr. McKenna, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give the board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and spell the last name.
Sure, it's Kyle McKenna, McKenna.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Good evening. Can you give the board the benefit of your educational background?
Sure, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Rutgers University, a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. Been working with Bowler Engineering, the applicant's engineer, for over 10 years, and I've provided testimony in front of planning and zoning boards throughout the state.
Very
I
good.
believe he's qualified.
Thank you very much. I was going to move him as an expert in the field of civil engineering. So, okay, so Mr. McKenna, you're familiar with the subject site?
I am, yes.
Okay, and did you prepare the plans that we're going to discuss?
Yes, I oversaw the design of the plans that were submitted and are subject of this application tonight.
Okay, and do you have the ability to share your screen?
I believe that I do, and I will go ahead. I'm going to start by just kind of running through a brief overview of the existing conditions of the site for everyone's reference and for the record. I do have an aerial exhibit I'd like to introduce, and I can go ahead and share my screen now. It says it's disabled.
We may need the webmaster to allow access.
Is our webmaster on, Lori?
Hey guys, I'm here. Is it one of the, because I have the files that are uploaded on the website. Is it one of those you want me to bring up? I don't know if I can allow access.
Yeah, it's actually an exhibit that we just had this evening. I don't believe we provided it to the board.
Let me just, I'll try to make him Kyle, I'll make you co-host and see if that lets you do it.
Thank you. Okay, I believe I have access now, so.
Okay, good.
Everyone can see?
All right, awesome.
All right, great.
Yes.
So this is an aerial exhibit of the site in question.
Well, we'll call this exhibit A1.
Yeah, so this is
The aerial
exhibit
depicting
A1.
the
It's dated May 24th, and for reference, north is to the top of the page. The site in question, which is lot 3.01, and also a portion of lot 6, are delineated by the yellow outbound. Sorry, I have to minimize this because it's in the way of my highlighter. So delineated by the yellow outline here, just kind of running around the site. As Mr. Peck had noted, the site is bordered to the north by an existing rail line, formerly the Lackawanna Railway. Now it's Norfolk Southern. To the east by a residential use, the overlook Lopatcong condominiums. To the south by an existing solar field, lot 6 with Strikers Road beyond. Again, a portion of lot 6 is part of the subject application as noted, and the site is bordered to the west by existing Berry plastics. Again, with Strikers Road beyond and existing industrial and warehouse uses beyond. The site is located within the ROM zone, where warehouse is a permitted use. Under existing conditions, it's essentially an undeveloped site comprised of row crops, with the exception of the portion of lot 6 that is subject to this application. That's actually a driveway which provides access from Strikers Road to both the farm field and the solar field and associated facilities.
Kyle, I'm going to interrupt for a second now. Have you taken into account the proposed development on lot 6 in preparing these plans?
Sure. So we were notified, obviously it was outlined in the letters, that there is a development adjacent to the subject application's development on lot 6. So the plans that were submitted and are really subject of this application did not consider that development. These plans were prepared and filed prior to those plans being prepared. However, we have since reviewed those plans, so I can speak intelligently regarding some of the potential discrepancies there.
But do those plans encroach at all on the proposed access easement?
There are some improvements associated with those plans that do encroach into the easement. Not specifically the building. However, there is a parking area a driveway and its curb radii that do encroach into the easement.
Yeah, and we'll, should we obtain our approval, of course, we'll work with the lot 6 and with the township to reconcile any conflicts, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry, please proceed.
No problem. So the lot 3.01 portion of the site, I'm just going to refer to the overall area of development that's subject of this application as a site, but the lot 3.01 portion is approximately 46.75 acres, with the easement area on lot 6, which is comprised of the driveway, and actually a little sliver just near the northern corner of lot 6 as well. That is in total just under an acre. So in total, the site is approximately 47.5 acres. Again, with the majority of it being undeveloped, row crop, actively farmed, with a perimeter of existing trees and vegetation. I'd like to touch on the topography of the site as well. There is a fairly significant grade change across the site from really the northeast portion of the site down to Strikers Road. So the higher elevation is in the northeast portion of the site, and the lower elevation is down near Strikers Road. There's a total grade change of across lot 3 of approximately 20 feet, and then there's a further grade change of approximately 8 feet down to Strikers Road. So in total, it's approximately 28 feet from one side of the site all the way down to Strikers Road, which again is kind of another constraint in addition to the lack of access and the shape of the site, the topography is an interesting constraint that we had to consider for design of the proposed improvements. In regard to the lack of frontage and the lack of real frontage on a street, a public street, there are actually two variances, as Mr. Peck had noted, associated with that. So we are requesting a variance for minimum lot frontage of 300 feet and also proposing a building on a site that does not front a public street. So obviously that's a bit of a hardship, and we are mitigating the extent of that hardship with the proposed access easement through lot 6.
Right, and clearly, Kyle, if those two easements weren't granted, that lot would be zoned into inutility, correct?
I would agree, yes.
Yeah.
Another unique feature of this site is that it is outside the sewer service area under existing conditions. I'll touch on this a little bit later in my testimony. We are currently working through a request for amendment to the sewer service area through various agencies, including the DEP, the Highlands Council, and in addition to a request to the township and the township sewer engineer. We haven't received a response from the township sewer engineer to date, but we did file a request with a memorandum describing how we plan to address this amendment in February 2021. So we're just awaiting the response on that request. If there's no questions specific to existing conditions, I'd like to just move on to proposed conditions. I do have another exhibit to help illustrate the proposed conditions, which I suppose we can mark as Exhibit A2.
Yep.
And I'll let it load. Hopefully everyone can see this. So this is essentially just a colorized version of sheet C03, or sorry, sheet C301, which was submitted as part of the site plan application. Everything else is generally the same. We just took the site plan sheet and rendered it to help make it a little bit more illustrative and easier to talk through. So again, the primary improvement associated with this application is the 592,800 square foot warehouse. I'd like to just talk through site access and kind of walk around the site, how things will generally function, and then I'll get into the more in-depth details. Again, as Mr. Peck had noted, the warehouse development would also include some office space near the four corners. They're delineated by these rectangular boxes, so that's the approximate location of the offices within the building, and that's where the main access would be as I talk through circulation. So for vehicles accessing the site, they would access the site from Strikers Road through the proposed easement, which is 50 feet wide, with the exception of a small taper at the end near the intersection of Strikers Road. That's widened for both the proposed curb radius and also a proposed sign location there as well. So vehicles would enter the site, travel in northbound direction up the access drive through lot 6, crossing into lot 3.01. Near the entrance, there is a security guard shack and gate where all vehicles would stop. From there, passenger vehicles would proceed to one of two general areas for vehicle parking, either straight to the western surface parking lot, or likely around the southern portion of the building to the parking located near the east of the building. There's a total of 534 parking spaces, with 175 spaces on the east side of the building and a total of 271 on the, I'm sorry, I had that backwards. It's 175 on the west side of the building and 271 on the east side of the building. There's ADA spaces located within the respective parking areas adjacent to the proposed office space, which is again the primary access point for folks entering the building. The proposed vehicular parking spaces are compliant with Township Ordinance 9/18. In general, the drive aisle widths are all compliant with the exception of a waiver we're requesting for a 30-foot wide fire access road around the entire perimeter of the building. Just given the layout of and general operation of warehouse use, it's be really a hardship to provide access around the entire perimeter of the building. So we are requesting a waiver for this requirement. We have submitted the plan to the fire official and haven't received formal responses yet, but we hope to work through this with them and gain support for that waiver. I understand it has been granted in the past by this board. For trucks entering the site, they would enter the site in a similar fashion through the access drive, come to the security gate, and likely rotate or circulate the site in a counterclockwise direction around the building. This would provide access to one of two loading dock areas, the first of which is on the southern edge of the building. I'll highlight it here. The second of which is on the northern edge of the building. In total, there are 121 loading docks. There's also adjacent and across from the loading dock areas are trailer storage spaces. So just to the south, across from the building, there are 96 trailer storage spaces with some additional trailer storage spaces along the northern edge of the property line as well, which I'm highlighting here.
Kyle, just to circle back on the fire lanes. I mean, the fire trucks will still have access to all parts of the building, correct? With this design?
Correct, and we have prepared truck circulation plans. And again, we're not trying to hinder circulation. The waiver and the deviation is by putting the loading docks adjacent to the building, which again, there are intermittent openings between the docks, and also by placing the vehicular parking spaces adjacent to the building front. So those are really that's the framework of the deviation. And again, I think it is an appropriate design. It does provide access for the fire truck. All other drive aisles are 30 feet around the perimeter of the building, with the exception of the interior parking drive aisles between the vehicular parking spaces, which are 24 feet. So, and the truck courts offer a 70-foot wide drive aisle.
Can we talk about we have a few design waivers associated with the driveway and the apron. Can you touch on, the apron width and the reasons for the waiver, as well as with the slope issue?
Sure. So we do have a few design waivers associated with the driveway, and in addition to that, the access to the parking field. So I'll talk about the driveway first. The first waiver is for minimum curb cut, essentially, which a max apron or curb cut of 40 feet. We are proposing a cut and apron of 112 feet, 112.4 feet actually, to be exact. The reason for this is really to provide a radius that would support a truck ingress movement and egress movement. It really wouldn't be feasible to accomplish that with a 40-foot apron. And again, considering this as a permitted use, in order to accommodate the vehicles that are associated with that use, we'd have to really request that waiver for the driveway width. There's also a waiver that was noted in the review letters for maximum driveway slope, which is in excess of 6%. This deviation is really limited to the intersection of Stryker's Road and the proposed driveway. It's essentially within the apron area. And as I noted, there is a pretty significant grade change across the site and through Stryker's Road. So in the area where the deviation occurs, it's really because we're trying to tie into Stryker's Road, which is at a grade change in the southern direction. It's dropping at about 4% in the area where we're proposing the driveway. So with that, it really isn't feasible to meet the design criteria in that area of the driveway. Throughout the remainder of the driveway, we did work to respect the town's ordinance regarding slopes. There is also on for sidewalk access, so there was a waiver noted which requires that we provide sidewalk and pedestrian access to all vehicular parking spaces in excess of 100 spaces. So we did work to accommodate that requirement by providing a sidewalk. I'll highlight it here, but it's really along like the southern edge of the kind of bisects the easternmost parking area. So that was our attempt at meeting that waiver criteria. If there's some additional sidewalk that's needed in order to satisfy that waiver requirement, we'd be willing to make an amendment to satisfy that.
Mr. Peck, this is Joe Pryor. Can I ask your engineer a question here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, what was your name again, sir?
Kyle McKenna.
Kyle. On the driveway, is it true Bridge is going to have a driveway running parallel, not far from your driveway?
That's true, and actually, as Mr. Peck was alluding to, there is a bit of an overlap and encroachment into the easement in.
And those aprons would overlap too, would they not?
Yeah, I believe they would. I haven't actually overlaid the plans, but I have looked at the two side by side, and it does appear that there would be an overlap there or a conflict. I mean, it wouldn't be.
Kyle,
there would need to be an amendment made. I think we'd have to vet that out and either do a combined driveway or something to that effect.
Yeah, Kyle, I was going to say, isn't a shared driveway something that we've been considering?
Okay. All right, we'll set that aside, but
To have one common driveway.
That's something to be worked on yet, right?
Correct. Yeah, we didn't have the benefit of referencing those plans when we prepared these plans. We had submitted back in December 2020, so it's been quite some time since we actually put this design together initially, and I believe that predates.
And we get around the adjacent aprons and openings and so on if we went that direction. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Driveways too close together?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, under existing conditions, without the adjacent development, we meet the minimum separation of, I believe it's 25 feet for the driveway separation.
Yeah, if we were to get our approval and Bridge was to get their approval, I mean, I think obviously there'd have to be some sort of coordinated approach to access at this point.
All right, so that's to be finalized yet.
Correct.
All right.
Correct. So before I move on from circulation, I did just want to touch on one of the comments that was presented in the review letter prepared by your board engineer dated April 23rd, 2021. There was a comment regarding the lack of a, I typically would call it a ring road or service road, something to that effect. Essentially, it's not uncommon for warehouses to include really a full circulation road, similar to what we're showing, kind of highlighting here near the western edge. In this situation, in this layout, there would be some commingling of vehicular traffic accessing the eastern surface parking areas, and that would happen through the truck court. So this is something we reviewed with the applicant. We did work through different layouts. One option we looked at, just for example, was locating all the parking for vehicles to the western edge of the building. But of course, that would result in the proposed building being actually closer to the residential use to the east. So there are a number of considerations we did look at in the initial phases of this project. But this is ultimately something that NFI, the applicant, is comfortable with. They run a lot of warehouse operations, and this is something that they've reviewed and they're comfortable with from an operational perspective. So I did just want to touch on that that comment that came up in the letter. I don't believe there's any waiver or variance associated with that requirement, but just worth mentioning. In regard to refuse and recycling. We did submit a recycling plan, which illustrated the approximate locations of the proposed trash and recycling compactors, which is how the applicant's proposing to handle refuse on site. So they're also shown on this plan in green near the corners of the building. I kind of highlighted one in red right there. And you can see each building corner has those. The exact detail of those is not vetted out. It's really more of a, going to depend a little bit on the end user of the warehouse. But again, we submitted a plan that kind of describes the size, how they'll generally operate, and where they'll be located for reference. I'll move on to landscaping. I know there's some waivers there that Mr. Pack had noted. And also just to elaborate on the security fence I mentioned before, that fence does ultimately wrap around the perimeter of the property. It's an 8-foot high chain link fence that's proposed. And then there's some interior fencing around the detention basins, which I'll touch on more later, but that would be like a post and rail with a wire mesh fence. So that is the fencing and security that's proposed as part of the application. The landscaping for this project includes pretty significant plantings of trees, shrubs. There's also some meadow area that has been proposed on site at the request of the Highlands Council. We've had several meetings with them over the course of this design process. The bulk of the landscaping that we're proposing is near the northeastern border of the site, which again, that's the property line that we share with the overlook community. So our intent is really to provide as much buffer as we can in that area. We proposed a berm that ranges from roughly 5 to 9 feet in height. I'll kind of highlight it here for reference. In an area of the site where we have enough room to actually provide some grading. In addition to the berm, there's some pretty extensive plantings of evergreen trees, 3 varieties, shrubs, and also deciduous trees and shrubs. And then beyond the trees, there's also some meadow grass planted as well in that area, with the intent on trying to screen as much as possible. We do far exceed the minimum buffer requirement of 25 feet. It's in excess of 100 feet in many areas. And again, that was really the focus of our landscaping on this project. You can also see we proposed landscaping in the interior parking areas of the site, along with the remaining of the perimeter buffer as well. But the primary focus was to try and put as much in that shared property line with the residential uses as we could.
Mr. Peck, this is Joe Pryor again. I have another question on this here on the buffering in the back. There is a bit of a natural buffer there. There's a tree line, which is effective to some degree. Are you going to disturb that tree line in building this berm, or how are those two going to work together?
Yeah, so we're trying to maintain that existing tree line as much as possible. I'll just kind of show you for reference. So if you can see, there's kind of a change in the color of the trees here. So this, where I'm drawing this red line, that kind of squiggly line there, that indicates the surveyed edge of drip line. So in that area, we are maintaining as much as possible. There's some areas where there is a bit of disturbance near the northern edge of the property, and we're replacing that with as dense a screening as we can provide in that area.
Okay, I follow you.
And
now,
also,
Kyle, since we're still kind of on landscaping, Planner Ritter suggested a variance is needed for open space within the parking fields. I believe they get to that calculation by multiplying the number of parking spaces by 100. We're providing 534 parking spaces and are providing 60,340 square feet of open space, which would seem to be an overage. But Mr. Ritter is suggesting that the 186 trailer spaces should be counted, which would result in a discrepancy of 11,660 square feet. But do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, so the way that we evaluated this was we reviewed the ordinance, and it essentially reads that it's open space will be calculated upon the number of parking spaces. And then, so we went to the definition for parking spaces in the Lopatcong Township ordinance, and it defines a parking space as a berth intended for the parking of one motor vehicle. And so therefore we considered a motor vehicles as parking spaces. We didn't really, based on our definition, the trailer isn't a motor vehicle. So we didn't feel it was appropriate to include that in the calculation. And that was our interpretation of the requirement.
Right. And I would agree, a trailer is not a motor vehicle.
Mr. Peck, I might take issue with that under the words are given their common meaning, right? Under the motor vehicle code, they are registered motor vehicles. So let's hold that out there.
Okay.
I'm going to register my objection to that.
Okay, but it does, just to quote the exact language from section 243-5, that defines parking space as, quote, a stall or berth which is arranged and intended for the parking of one motor vehicle in a garage or parking area.
Well, I go back to the motor vehicle code, so that's fine.
Yeah, so understood.
I offer that now, and we'll resolve that.
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of give the framework for how we evaluated that on our initial plans. And while we're on that, there were other waivers and deviations noted for the landscaping. So in addition to that, there was a deviation, 2 deviations regarding the 25-foot buffer requirement around the perimeter of the site. So the first is really not meeting the width of that requirement, which based on my review of the comment is limited to the areas within the easement where we're essentially at a 0-foot buffer in some cases, because it is a property line between the 2 uses. And also, again, just kind of a bit of a constraint regarding how much area we had to work within the easements. The other encroachment is along the northern property line. There is a slight encroachment on either side of the proposed parking stalls adjacent to the railroad use. Again, we're trying to really take advantage of the fact that to the north we have a railway use with a commercial use beyond and a state highway beyond that. So that's the nature of why we had placed those deviations in that area, and really trying to respect and maintain as much buffer as we can along the residences. And the other deviation that Mr. Packett noted was related to the number of trees and number of shrubs. I believe based on Mr. Ritter's calculations, we actually had too many trees and not enough shrubs. So that's something that I think the applicant is fine to try and resolve and make sure we have the appropriate number of shrubs in the buffer area so we can mitigate that deviation to the extent possible.
So we can stipulate that we would do landscaping according to the township ordinance, subject to the verification and approval of the board's professionals, correct?
Yes. And again, the total number of trees, just to throw some numbers out there, this application, I mean, it's a pretty large site, but we're proposing more than 488 trees, so almost 500 trees, more than 500 shrubs, in excess of 120 ornamental grasses, and then 8 acres of planted meadow area in addition to that. So we really do feel like this is a pretty substantial and significant amount of planting for the use. And again, we're exceeding the setback requirements adjacent to the residential use. One thing that isn't shown and illustrated on this plan, it was not illustrated on the site plan application package, is planting within the proposed detention basin. So I'll touch on the stormwater briefly shortly, but we did agree per the request and the condition outlined in the consistency determination review from the Highlands Council that we would provide some plants within the extended detention basin. So those are the areas, I'll highlight them, near the southern corner of the site and near the western corner of the site too. So there would be some additional plantings in there. We'd be somewhat limited on what we could actually provide in there due to the existence of a liner, but we would be meeting that condition. Just moving on to, I wanted to touch on site lighting. We are compliant from a site lighting perspective in regard to the illumination requirements for the various areas on site, within parking lots, access drives, intersection, et cetera, and at the property lines. There's a total of 73 fixtures, both building mounted and pole mounted. They're all going to be LED. They're all going to have backlight control, or at least adjacent to the residential uses will have backlight control to, again, try and mitigate any glare towards adjacent uses. So we did really work diligently to provide a plan that meets the ordinance criteria and will mitigate to the extent possible any light spillage.
Got any signage? Will any proposed signage that we'll have that'll comply with the township sign ordinance? And if it doesn't, we'll have to return to the board.
Yeah, correct. So we did provide a sign table on our site plan, and there were some very basic sign details provided on the architectural plans that were submitted. So there's 2 signs proposed, one freestanding sign right near the southern end of the easement on lot 6, adjacent to the road. It does comply in regard to setback, size, number of signs. And then there's an additional sign, one building mounted sign proposed near the southwestern corner of the building, just above the office area there. So again, that will conform to the sign standards and graphically represented on the elevations submitted by the architect. So we don't have an exact detail what the sign's gonna look like, but we have agreed to conform to the sign regulations. In regard to, I'll touch on stormwater and utility connections and services now as well. So one comment that has come up, and again, we disagree with the interpretation, is that this project would be subject to the recently amended stormwater regulations by both the DEP and Township of Lopatcong. So really the basis of that is that just we filed actually prior to the stormwater ordinance being adopted, and I believe the timeline of formal adoption was is not crystal clear to me, but I do believe we were had submitted completed application documents prior to that adoption. So I'll defer to Mr. Peck on the details of that, but that's the way that this application was put together and designed. It was not designed to meet the new green, commonly known as the green stormwater regs that were recently adopted by the DEP in March. So, and the Highlands Council, that when we met with them, we have incorporated some green infrastructure components into this project at the request of the Highlands, and that would include some swales. So many of the there's some non-structural stormwater conveyance proposed, just for example, throughout the site. But for example, in this area adjacent to the basin at the southern corner of lot 301, it's essentially collected via, and water is conveyed to it via swale. So that's one example of some green infrastructure that we've proposed. We've also provided a bioretention swale along the western or northwestern edge of the proposed access drive. So that's something else that we've gone ahead and provided. And we've also agreed to provide plantings within the proposed extended detention basins, which again, I kind of highlighted previously. So while not meeting the green infrastructure requirements, we have tried to and worked to incorporate green infrastructure into this design. In summary, the stormwater on site will be conveyed and detained in a total of 4 different detention basins, 3 of which are, I'll go ahead and highlight here. They will handle water quantity, which is reducing the peak flow of the design storms for the previous iteration of the DEP and township ordinance. The second is down near the southern corner of lot 301, and the third is near the western corner of lot 301. There's also a small basin with the primary focus is to provide water quality near the northern corner of the site. There is some quantity benefits as well from that perspective, but the design does meet the previous requirements for stormwater quality, quantity, We did request essentially a variance from recharge requirements due to the soils that were encountered on site, really not conducive to infiltration. In addition to that, with the karst topography known in the area, we wouldn't really want to promote infiltration beyond that. But the soil not being conducive for infiltration is really the main focus of for lack of infiltration being proposed as part of or recharge as part of the stormwater design. There was some comments from your review engineer regarding the fact that we are increasing the total volume with the way the proposed discharges are oriented for the stormwater system. So, we did meet and discuss it as Mr. Peck noted, this project's been going on for some time, and we did meet at the beginning stages of the project to try and work through some of the more detailed design items. I think there was an intent that we had tried to meet, and it basically ended up that most of the stormwater is discharged similar to existing conditions near the Berry Plastic facility. And our understanding is that there is some potential downstream problems that have been encountered, basically as outlined in the review letter. So that's something we're willing to work through with your board engineer. But again, we do meet the ordinance and requirements as far as quantities and quality. But we're certainly open to discussion on and feedback to see if there's any way we can try and mitigate some of their concerns with the stormwater design.
Kyle, this is Joe Pryor again. I want to clarify a point. Adam, do you agree on the applicability or non-applicability of the new regs?
I think, based on the comments that we provided in our report, our assertion is that the new rule would be applicable to this project, but Mr. Bryce had indicated that there would need to be some sort of jurisdictional determination as to, the township adopted it well ahead of the March 2nd statewide rule becoming effective.
Right.
We adopted that on December 28th, 2020. I understood there was some lag there potentially with the county review comments coming through, but ultimately, our assertion is that the project was deemed complete after the ordinance was adopted, so that the new green infrastructure stormwater rule would be applicable. And essentially that would require a significant redesign of the approach of stormwater management on the site. Redesigning some of the existing basins and providing some additional low scale filtration, bioretention, and other features throughout the site. So there would be some additional work that would have to be done. And I think we're still maintaining that position that would be applicable.
Well, I think your suggestion and Mr. Bryce's suggestion that we get a jurisdictional determination is a good one. And I think we should address that before we go forward with this issue.
Certainly.
May I speak to this issue?
Certainly.
Yeah. So the latest iteration of your stormwater regulations was, in my understanding, adopted December 28th of 2020. Pursuant to section 199-13, which is the codified part of that codified ordinance, it's now in your code, says this chapter shall take effect immediately upon the approval by the county review agency, or 60 days from the receipt of the ordinance by the county review agency, if the county review agency should fail to act. So I don't know when the county review agency, presumably it's the county planning board or the planning department, if they acted within 60 days. But if they didn't, the effective date would be February 26th of this year. Stepping back, we filed our initial submission back in December before this before this ordinance was even adopted, let alone before it became effective. Now, it's our contention, it was deemed incomplete on January 27th. It's our contention, and that's going to play out in court, that we did in fact file a complete application. As you'll recall, there were only a few issues that we contend were outside of our control that were the basis for the initial incompleteness determination. So anyway, if the county didn't act within those 60 days, that puts the effective date of this to February 26th. We filed our amended submission, which was ultimately deemed complete on February 22. Under the time of application rule, we beat it if it's February 26th. Now, if the county somehow acted sooner than the 60 days, we still have our original submission that we contend was also complete. So, what I would suggest, and I understand this is, not, doesn't present any great options, but what I would suggest is that we proceed under the old ordinance. And if we do get our approval, that there be a condition that says, look, if this is ultimately, through the litigation or it turns out, the county acted in time or whatever, something turns up, that we've come back to the board, and we'd have to unwind this application. Now we can determine if the county acted in time pretty simply. I mean, we could probably figure it out tonight, certainly by tomorrow, if they acted before February 22nd.
Well, I'd like to leave that to you, Mr. Bryce, to figure out.
Yeah,
Simply accept testimony on it.
yeah. I mean, at this point, the applicant's proceeding on that basis. But
Yeah.
in my mind, and regardless of the timing, I'm concerned whether or not stormwater management regulations are actually controlled by the time of application rule itself.
I agree.
Usually, and there is an exception in the time of application rule, at least to my knowledge, that when it comes to ordinances that address health, safety, and welfare, that outside of zoning ordinances, which this is, that they may be applicable even if adopted in the midst of a application. So I'm not comfortable at this point really taking a position either way without further research as to that issue, maybe further clarification as to the timing, further research. And the concern that I have is that if the board just proceeds as suggested, and the stormwater management, which the municipality is charged to, I guess, police and to enforce, is deficient, it then becomes difficult to get an applicant back in to necessarily amend an application significantly. So,
well, we would, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bryce. I mean, we would stipulate that, we'll, if it turns out that in fact, the latest iteration do apply, that we'd meet the conditions. Because I'm not assuming, unless the courts really surprise me, I'm not assuming I don't know how long this will take. So.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Peck. It's just, I'm just not comfortable with giving the board guidance as to the effective date of the stormwater management at this point in time and its applicability, only because it is an important element to a site plan that the municipality has been, the policing of that has been foisted on municipalities through the DEP and through the state. And I think that our engineer's concern is a valid one, and I don't want to discount it. And I understand how the remedy that you're proposing is trying to smooth that, but I don't know if that's the right result here, simply because it has such an impact on the site. My limited understanding, I don't pretend to be an engineer, but I think that that's going to have to be looked at before, really before the board is comfortable proceeding. At least that's my recommendation on that issue, on the stormwater management issue.
Well, all I can do is just make a final request on the record that we would make this a condition of approval, that, and that we can't pull any building permits until the question's resolved.
And that may be the right answer, Mr. Peck. I just don't know sitting here.
Okay, fair enough.
No.
So where does that leave us?
Well, I think that you still have a site plan to present and other testimony. You know, if you think that that is a necessary, that determination is a prerequisite to moving your application forward, we can certainly adjourn it and try to figure that out. We want to continue with the application. And again,
Oh yeah, no, we definitely want to continue. I'm just suggesting, what if we finish tonight and you know, what do we do? But anyway, we'll see if that we'll proceed, and we'll cross that bridge if we get there.
And there's nothing that requires a vote tonight, even if you're. And I have no idea whether or not the public may have a lot of independent testimony as to this. So I'm just trying to figure out what the impact would be to your site development with the new infrastructure. And I'm not an engineer, so I don't know. I don't know if it would change the layout significantly, or the bulking or the sizing. I have no idea.
Mr.
Okay,
Peck,
well,
or-
why don't we proceed for now? Kyle, did you otherwise complete your stormwater testimony?
Sorry, I got stuck on mute there. Yeah, the only other thing really I wanted to touch on was there was a waiver associated with the stormwater for pipe velocity. This is something we had requested. The ordinance requires minimum 3 feet per second for pipe velocity. The majority of the pipes on site do meet that requirement. However, there are some pipes where it goes down, I believe, as low as 1.5 feet per second. Again, this is something we thought was appropriate, and with a good stormwater maintenance program shouldn't really be an issue. But again, if it's so we'd like to stick with that variance or waiver request. But if it's ultimately the application hinges on it, it's something we would consider in addressing.
Okay, now I think this would probably be. I think we've touched on all the significant elements of the site plan, so I think it'd be appropriate to dive into the Collier's April 23rd, 2021 review letter, just to clean up and see if there's anything that we didn't touch on.
Yeah, just briefly, I'd like to just touch on the sewer and utilities, because it should only take a moment. But with the sewer, it may be known that there's no public sewer within Stryker's Road for sanitary. So this project, and this is outlined in the submitted application package and plans, that there would be an extension required down to the east along Stryker's Road to tie into force main on adjacent property to the east to address the sewer conveyance. So some of that is outlined in the Collier's report. But just wanted to touch on that. Otherwise, with the other for the other utility services, electric, gas, water, we have received or requested will serve letters, and those services are available in Stryker's Road.
So is it fair to say that accepting the traffic section of the Collier's letter, which is section 5 on pages 11 through 13, that except as otherwise testified to by you, we can comply with the rest of the contents of that letter and find it acceptable?
Yeah, I think it would still be good just to maybe run through it briefly, because I don't know if Adam has.
Okay, I thought you were.
And there are a few traffic items that that I wanted to just touch on too in regard to the site line and
Sure. Well, why don't we turn to that then?
I'll just run through, and I guess unless someone else wants to take charge, but I'll just touch on the things that I think we've if not addressed, provide a testimony on, and you know, Adam, if you disagree, we can kind of stop. But for 301, I don't. No, I'm sorry, I started too far.
You're looking at 501? Or you
That, for 1.0, so that's
Page 5.
Page 5, okay.
page 5. Yep.
Good.
Yeah, no objection. We can address the board planners item separately. Again, for the 30-foot, the 2.01, we're requesting that waiver, which we provided some testimony on. 2.02, I believe I did provide testimony on this, but our intent is, this is related to the Highlands Council conditions. Our intent is to comply with the Highlands Council conditions, but if there's any follow-up questions on that, I'd be happy to answer. 2.03, that's related to the bridge development, which again, I think we provided testimony on. On to section 3. No objection to 3.01. 3.02, again, no objection. These are more minor plan details and things of that nature. 303 A, that's the stormwater discussion point that we just kind of ran through. B is some more technical stormwater items that, I mean, I'd be happy to talk through, but again, I testified that we would agree to try and mitigate the concerns of the board engineer regarding the stormwater outfalls and design, which is B and C.
Kyle, I'd just like to stop briefly there on B, just to provide some clarity, since, you know, we haven't had a chance to discuss this at length. But yeah, basically what we're asking is that the weighting of the discharge areas. So you have 3 major watersheds, I believe, on the site. You know, one that kind of travels to the northwest, one that's primarily directed into the solar field area, and one that's directed towards the Berry Plastics facility. The way the design's currently laid out, those 3 extended detention basins that are on the let's say western and southern areas of the site, they all kind of collect or aggregate the flow and direct it towards the Berry Plastics property, which ultimately flows across Strikers Road and through other properties, the asphalt plant and other facilities kind of to the west. What we'd like to see generally, where the 3 major watersheds on site, that they maintain their ultimate points of analysis. So most of that southern watershed continue to flow towards that solar facility area, and the flows aren't kind of accumulated and directed all towards Berry Plastics, because that would really just aggravate the regional drainage issues that we're seeing in and around Strikers Road as it continues to develop. And, you know, ultimately it's going to cause problems for everyone downstream. So we really want to maintain the flow areas and directions where those things are directed. So that's going to require obviously some redesign, totally separate from the question of the jurisdiction of which ordinance would apply, the prior or the current ordinance. You know, that's still something we'd like to see addressed, you know, even if the site stays in this current phase or state. So that, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, yeah, and I think that was just solely based on reviewing the comments. I think that was kind of what I was picking up. And I think, yeah, I think because we do ultimately meet the reductions, I think that could be addressed without any real significant site changes. I mean, I think it's just really a matter of reallocating the discharge of the storm and
where it's discharging. So it'll
and I know you had another comment about providing a pipe along Strikers Road, and I think that would actually facilitate that redistribution of the discharge and actually make it a little bit easier to convey some more water to what we had noted as point of analysis 2, which is along Strikers Road. And I think that's the one you're saying you'd rather redistribute water to.
Exactly, like maintain that, because it's going there already, and then we're not accumulating it to POA 1, which is at Berry Plastics effectively.
Sure, and yeah, I can't say exactly how we do that right now, sitting here.
Of course.
But this is something I've reviewed with the applicant, and I think that they would be agreeable to making some stormwater modifications and ultimately addressing that concern.
Okay. And then briefly touching on the Highlands comments, I understand your response was that, you've been discussing with them. I haven't been in the loop with those conversations, of course. But I do understand that they would look for more buffering and more meadow planting, similar to what they've done on the other warehouses that have, been constructed within Lopatcong Township. The other thing I've frequently seen with the Highlands is that they like to see the elimination of grass, extended detention basins, and they prefer that they be large scale bioretention, with a liner and with like a wet area mix, or bioretention type mix of perennial plantings, which would be which wouldn't present a challenge with the liner. So that's probably the direction you need to go to get the Highlands sign off on this, and that would go a long way there. Again, sticking with the current design and not going into the green infrastructure rule, which would really require a more substantial redesign.
Sure. I mean, if the Highlands required that, I think that the applicant would be open to discuss it. They haven't thus far, based on my meetings with them. They did request in condition number 6 that this is good that we brought this up, but that the board consider actually a reduction or some leniency in regards to number of parking spaces, because they did want to expand the buffer and meadow area near the eastern corner of the site. So I wouldn't say that was really a condition that we had to do it in there, but it's essentially a request that the board actually take that into consideration in reviewing this application. And the applicant, again, is they do feel that the parking requirements for the ordinance are a bit overbearing, and that they could do with less parking in order to meet the criteria requested by the Highlands.
Mr. Peck, this is Joe Pryor again. We're on the conditions, Highlands conditions. I'd like to ask Kyle how they plan to address condition number 5. Do they envision on-site mitigation, off-site, a combination? Are they going to ask the township for participation? I'd like to hear more about that.
Sure. So this is something we're still working to resolve, and I don't think we have a clear confirmation of how we're going to address this, because we are also concurrently working with the DEP on their wastewater management amendment. But again, this is a condition that we would have to meet in concurrence with Lopatcong Township, the DEP, the Highlands Council, and similar with Phillipsburg for the sewer.
Well, of course, we're involved in the sewer too, to a much larger degree than Phillipsburg.
Understood. No, I didn't mean to exclude Lopatcong in that.
Yeah. All right. So condition 5 is unresolved. Is this the proper time to talk about the wastewater management plan?
I think we're moving into utilities now, so probably yes.
All right. I'd like to start with just your demand. You've asked for 10,000 gallons, and I guess you've deducted for the office, and then you kind of backed into a number, 25 gallons for employee. You came up with a number of employees. What is it, 270 something? And I have a couple questions there. How many shifts are we going to run? Is that 3 shifts or 1 shift? Are we only going to are you proposing 73 employees per shift? What is that?
Mr. Pryor, perhaps we could answer that question with Mr. Landsberg from NFI.
Well, that's part of it. The other thing is we come up with this number, I think it's 273, 281 employees. And I don't know how that breaks down per shift. Then we get on to parking, and I know there's different numbers. There's 530 parking for 534 employees. I'd really like to hear more about how this demand was developed.
Sure. So the sewer and the parking are slightly, it's not quite apples to apples comparison, because the office area is separated and considered as well in the sewer calculation. So, initially we had, it is an estimate. The applicant doesn't have a definitive end user for this facility, and they can provide, as Mr. Peck noted, we have Michael Landsberg available to provide some further testimony on operations. But this is a number that we reviewed with them, and they're comfortable that they could operate within the guidelines of this number. So with the employees for warehouse specific use, office, etc. So it's not quite, I don't know if there's a very straightforward question or response to that question, because I think it would depend on the end use. But, as part of the condition, it would be that those are the maximum number of employees for warehouse, for sewer, and then there would be a max total number for the parking.
All right, so we're down the road then, we're talking about a max number in the approval, if there is one, right?
I'm not sure how that would be written. I think I would have to defer to Mr. Peck on how the condition specifically is drafted, whether it be subject to an actual flow and monitoring of the flow, or if it would be based on the input to establish that flow. I'm not sure what the best way to handle that would be.
All right.
But there would certainly be some kind of condition that would limit what they could do in the facility in regard to sanitary sewer.
Okay, I guess the other question, Mr. Peck, is there going to be any testimony on the wastewater management plan and the available capacity and so on?
I can touch on that. So we have submitted wastewater management plan amendment to the DEP. We received a review letter requesting some additional information. We're in the process of working to provide additional information to the Highlands Council and the DEP, that reviewers that handle the wastewater management amendment specifically. We did, like I said, we filed, we prepared and submitted a sanitary sewer memorandum to Mr. Madden in February, and we haven't heard back. We have followed up, so I can't really speak to available capacity from a township.
Well, he did respond, and you got a letter back.
This is Chairman Van Vliet. Did you get the JMT letter dated April 22nd, 2021?
I don't believe that I have.
I don't have any recollection of seeing that.
Well, I have a copy of it here where it says that the Township of Lopatcong is out of sewer capacity.
Looks like the letter was addressed to the mayor and council. So I don't know if it was copied to the applicant.
Yeah, we never saw that.
It was submitted as part of your conditional approval. Completeness approval, I said. So. Sorry to spring this on you. I thought you had received a copy of it. And just let me refer to
Yeah, and again, I haven't received that letter, so I haven't reviewed it, or the justifications for.
on the last page, page 5, it indicates that there's an available capacity of 19,720 gallons per day. However, the township must decide whether to subtract the 20,000 gallons per day disputed flow from the 801,000 gallons per day allocation, in which case we are still under litigation, I believe, on that 20,000 gallons per day. would negate the $19,000 capacity, so we're at zero.
Yeah, I'm going to correct it, Gary. It's not litigation. It's a dispute. It's not in the court
Okay.
system.
All right, I'm sorry about the misinformation I had, but anyway, it clearly indicates there's nothing left.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chair, we're just processing this blindside hit. So, you gotta, if you'll indulge us for a moment.
Oh, it's no problem. Take all the time you need. Combined with the being outside of the sewer service area to begin with, I mean, it's not within his board's jurisdiction to really enforce anything in that way. You'd have to be to the town council, I guess, would be the ultimate decision maker on much of this stuff.
Mr. Chairman, it's 8:25 p.m. now. So we've been going at it about an hour and a half. This might be an opportune time for, a 5 or 10 minute break. And, we can put our heads together. We meaning the applicant and our team on our text chain. Maybe the board can take a 10-minute break. We could reconvene in a couple minutes.
I see no problem. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, so we'll see you back 8:35.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
I see we've reached the 8:35 time requested. Is everyone back?
I'm here. We're here.
I'm here.
Weeks is here.
Okay, is Mr. Peck on?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
Let me just see if my team, back. Okay, Kyle, are you back on?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So, Kyle, just for the record, have you received a copy of that Madden letter that was referenced, either April 27 or April 22?
I don't have a copy of it, so I don't believe I received it.
Right. So we're of course gonna just request a copy of that letter, of course. But Kyle,
Absolutely.
had you been following up with Mr. Madden?
I had followed up through April via email and some phone calls. He had indicated that he was working on a letter, but I hadn't received any letter from him or confirmation that was complete.
Okay, so obviously we can't really discuss this element of the plan tonight, but we would like to keep going and address certainly the remainder of the Collier's review letter, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine, no problem.
Okay, great. So where were we, Kyle? That would bring us to
Yes, we were in 303, and then I don't think that was the specific comment we were on.
yeah, that's further down.
So most of the continued 303s were acknowledged. There was a comment regarding hydrologic soil groups, which I provided a written response earlier this week. I don't know if the board has received that, but I'm happy to walk through it again. But
Kyle, I figured I'd just interject here on this. Based on your response, I think we're on the same page there. We're contending that the soil maps show a type B soil, but really based on the testing that was provided by your geotechnical consultant, they're really type D soils on site. So we're just asking that the groundwater recharge spreadsheet be provided and prepared indicating the existing type D soils on site. And the analysis reflects type D soils on site rather than type B. So I think we're on the same page based on my reading of your response. So,
okay.
Just wanted to clarify that.
No problem with that. 304, I believe we had no objection to. 305, again, no objection to.
306 has to do with the whole
plan.
sewer septic issue, so we're gonna have to defer that one.
Sure. 307 was some conditions that, should we receive the amendment for the sewer service area, we conform with these conditions. We don't have any objections. We just wanted to clarify that limit of pavement repair would be limited to the disturbance associated with the sewer line installation. 308 through.
It's not to gloss over that, Kyle, just to touch on, clarify for the board members of the board if they haven't had the benefit of reviewing our letter line by line. Specifically related to two items related to the sewer line connection, would require a gravity line to carry sewer flows from your site down Strikers Road into the pump station, which was approved as part of the current Strikers Road warehouse, which is under construction, which the board had approved last year. So part of that would be, as Kyle had mentioned earlier, should Bridge Development also receive approval for their project, there would have to be extensive coordination between the township and the two applicants to coordinate not only the access in this area, but also the sewer line. You know, we wouldn't want two parallel gravity lines running down Strikers. They're not currently coordinated, so they would have to be, of course, coordinated. So that would have to be a pretty significant condition of approval should the board decide to act at any future meeting. The other item, which we had kind of indicated, the Strikers Road Associates individuals are currently, as part of their developers agreement and conditions of their approval, they're required to resurface a half width of Strikers Road in and around their disturbances in the cartway. Our letter recommends that the board request and require the applicant to restore the roadway curb to curb, mill and overlay Strikers Road curb to curb, following any disturbances related to their application in the roadway. So that was something that we specifically recommend to the board that they consider. So just wanted to specifically, put that on the record. Not that it's not in our letter, but verbally in front of the board. Just wanted to point that out. Sorry, Kyle, continue.
No, thank you. It's a good clarification. And yeah, again, with the clarification I just provided, no objection to that from the applicant. Let's see. 308 through quite a few of these are 310. Those are all really kind of some minor comments related to the site plan and labeling and details. 311, I had alluded to this earlier, but there was a request that we amend the way that we connect our stormwater system along Strikers Road. I reviewed that with the applicant as well, and there's no objection to making that revision. 312 through really 315 are again, relatively minor comments related to just details and providing additional detail and adjustments on the plan. So again, no objection to those items. The next section is landscape lighting. No objection. There's a comment about native plantings. I'll clarify that with my landscape architects. But if that's correct and there's an issue with the native plantings, we'll amend that to conform. This is again revisiting the parking area open space requirement, which I think we addressed already in. I would say it's resolved, but it's been discussed in testimony. Buffering along property lines similarly. Again, I touched on that during testimony, and on to item 4.04, there was a recommendation that maybe we could adjust, provide a fence or adjust the screening to better facilitate screening. Again, we're open to discussion on how to improve the screening. Happy to talk through that and provide a fence if that would help. The lighting on 405, there's a question about some uplighting, and some of the lights, although we do have the backlight control, there are a couple of lights that within the larger truck court areas do have a slight upward angle that was noted, and we can reevaluate that to make sure that it does conform with the uplight requirements. Coordinate with the manufacturer and make sure that'll conform. I think we were looking at options and we can still conform with the lighting standards. So we can address that. I think no objection is what I noted on some of these. So that kind of takes us to traffic. Some of this would be covered by Mr. Wegner, the applicant's traffic engineer. But I can touch on that. There are a few items in here related to the site layout, specifically with regard to truck turning and line of sight both for the profile and the site triangle. So the first question would be to provide a truck turn exhibit. I do have one prepared. I actually submitted it earlier this week. I don't know if it was in time for the board to have for reference, but I can provide that or show it, or you can review it at your leisure. As far as there was a question about the truck ingress and egress, which is a good question that we should provide some clarification on. So it was anticipated that the majority of the truck circulation would come travel to the site in a northbound direction along Strikers Road and turn and make a right-hand turn into the site. And if you zoom in on this driveway, it's pretty clear that that was really the intended design for that ingress movement. The radius on the opposing side of the driveway is a little bit smaller. It's 25 feet, which is more than adequate for passenger and small truck type vehicles. But for a WB67, it would be a tight turn, and the truck would likely need to cross over into across the double yellow line to make that movement. Given that we expect that would be a very seldom egress movement, we felt it was appropriate and acceptable, and operationally wouldn't be an issue. There is a traffic report does note that 25% of those movements were considered for the egress right out of the driveway in the northbound direction. So the applicant doesn't have any objection to providing a no turn or right turn restrict out of the driveway, and then just kind of reevaluating the traffic impact. And they also wouldn't have an objection to making some physical modifications to that while trying to conform with the separation requirement from the buried plastic driveway. So I indicated that in the written response we provided earlier this week. But that was our response to that comment. And then there were some questions about adjusting the line of sight number used for the left turn movement out of the driveway. If you're looking left, leaving the driveway, we have no objection to that. I've evaluated adding some additional distance to that site triangle, and we don't think it'll be an issue. And then there was also a comment about the driveway profile line of sight distance that we submitted. It was essentially noted that we do conform with a line of sight clearance when you look to the right on an egress move from the driveway, but the board engineers requesting that we provide a 6-inch separation between the clearance, whereas we're really kind of right there on the clearance and the line of sight, showing that we can see leaving the driveway. So it was recommended that the applicant regrade a small portion of the grass area within the right-of-way limits, and the applicant doesn't have any objection to doing that if that's what the board would want to see done.
Kyle, before we move on from your traffic testimony, just wanted to just also indicate that, or just remind the board, I guess, they probably recall with the Strikers Road Associates warehouse, there was also some concerns about site distance and also truck traffic traveling north towards Route 57. And that application and the driveways for that site were such, and including conditions of approval, that restrict any truck traffic exiting the site towards Route 57, that all truck traffic must travel towards County Route 519 and Route 22. So that would be a similar condition that Kyle has suggested in order to alleviate the defective turning radius of the driveway to the right for any kind of large truck. So that would be a similar condition that would be considered by the board under this application. That's all I have.
This is Brian. I have a question if I can.
Certainly.
Yeah. I'd like to know the width of the driveway going in where the curbing is. Is anybody able to give me that? I don't want the curbing destroyed once it's made.
Right. I think that's what we're talking about, Brian, that The radius there's a little tight, so if you tried to turn a big truck across that curb, you'd be jumping the curb. So
Correct.
to
So
prevent that from happening, all trucks will have to turn left out of there.
but when trucks come up from 57, they're going to turn into that. Is it going to wreck my curbing?
No,
town
because
curbing.
they'll be turning across the exit lane. And
Okay.
they'll be jumping the curb on the exit side effectively. So they'll be driving across asphalt and not jumping the curb coming in.
Okay. Because I know they do on a lot of others, but if you feel that that's sufficient. Okay.
Well, I mean, we haven't really had a chance to review fully the resubmission of the truck turning diagrams. Those were submitted 2 days ago. So we might have some extra requests for some additional exhibits from Kyle and from Bowler. Just to clarify that all the trucks that are going to be coming in, and especially the large 67-foot long ones, aren't going to have any kind of conflicts with any of the curbs, so nothing gets damaged.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Does that complete the testimony of your engineer, Mr. Peck?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
But I think we're close.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that does. I mean, Adam, unless you had any follow-up questions on the site-specific aspects of traffic or the geotechnical comments that follow, but most of those, I believe, we were agreeable to in the remainder of your letter.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking through now just to see.
Yeah, but I know most of Mr. Ritter's letter would be the subject of our planner, Mr. Janu, but is there anything in Mr. Ritter's letter that you feel you should testify to?
I think we have inadvertently hit just about all of his comments.
I think so as well.
Not directly, indirectly, but if there's anything that the board has a question, follow-up, or Mr. Ritter, we could certainly take the time to go through it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess that means we have concluded our direct examination of the direct testimony of Mr. McKenna. So now it's, if the board and whoever else would like to ask him questions.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to go to George Ritter, our planner, to see if he has any further comments and would like to review anything with your engineer, or you want to defer that to your planner.
Well, we're going to put our planning testimony on with our planner, who I guess would, and Mr. McKenna, I guess, says we've offered any testimony that he could relative to Mr. Ritter's letter through the course of this testimony.
Okay, I'm going to ask any of the board members if they have any further questions of this witness. Hearing none. Mr. Bryce, do you have anything?
Somebody was trying to comment, Chairman.
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, this is George. I did want to ask, I have one question, but I also wanted to respond to the applicant's disagreement over one of the variances, particularly as it relates to the open space within the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
The ordinance is written that basically we're supposed to set aside 100 square feet of open space within the parking lot based on the number of parking spaces. The applicant has basically indicated that he does not think that the truck box area are parking spaces. I guess my first comment to that is our definition of a parking space is a space, to paraphrase, utilized with a motor vehicle. Well, clearly the truck box area is moved in and out of those spaces by motorized transportation. So, I mean, clearly there is motorized transportation involved. And also it should be pointed out that the depth of those parking spaces are equal to those that are at the loading docks, so that you could have trucks along with their basically their trailer and motorized means of transportation attached and parked there. But I would also point out to the board that if it is not a parking space, then I guess we should assume that that is a storage area for boxes. And if that is our interpretation, that that is basically a storage area, a storage yard, then I think there'd be a different set of criteria that would apply, and that is that outdoor storage areas are basically required to be set back the minimum distance of an accessory structure, so that the setback from the property lines, if that is a storage area, would be 40 feet in that area. Now, I don't think that's what these are. I do believe that this is a form of motorized vehicles using these spaces, and that these are parking spaces. But if they're not, I would argue then that this is basically a storage area and would be governed by our outdoor storage regulations, which regulate where you can put containers and park them. So I would think that our interpretation is correct, that the applicant should be counting these in the required open space and should address them as part of this application. Also, there was an indication in the testimony that there was 3 or 4 little areas where some truck boxes encroached into our 25-foot setback area, buffer area. Well, there's a little bit more than that. If you actually plot a 25-foot buffer particularly along the railroad, you'll see that not only are there a couple of 3 or 4 truck box storage areas that directly encroach, there are also others that the overhang space for the trailers and the fencing that establishes the back property line are being taken out of the buffer. And I would clearly think in this case, since the town's requirement is only 25 feet, that it would be nice that that type of space be respected and they be adjusted so that those encroachments don't occur. I think those are the 2 things that are probably the most important. I have some other questions as we move through it. The other question that in the utilities, and this is more a question for the engineer, are there going to be any tanks or anything like that that are used for fire suppression? In other words, if this goes ahead, are there going to be any tanks that have to be located on the site, or are all the fire suppression basically your storage areas for the water to put out any fires that would develop going to be under the pavement or in tanks?
I don't have a certain answer to that. We haven't done a design of the fire suppression system yet. Right now, there's no tanks anticipated, but the water line we propose to tie into is also very constructed relatively recently. So we don't have, we haven't resolved the fire suppression design yet at this time.
Yeah, because I mean, my concern is that it might be a new water line, but can it deliver the volume, or are you going to need a storage tank to you know what I mean, support your fire suppression in the buildings? And I'm also concerned that if tanks are involved, that the tendency is normally to locate them on the high side of the site, which is obviously closest to the residential areas. So it would be nice to have a sense of which way you're going to do that as we progress. And the only other question I guess I have is, and this deals with the intersections, which obviously your traffic engineer is probably going to talk about, but I'm concerned that we're looking at a situation at Stryker's Road where not only do you have the plastics plant driveway adjacent to your driveway, then the potential for the proposed driveway for lot 6, and then we have 2 driveways directly across from you that come in, almost all within the same area. And I'm really concerned that this whole intersection on Strikers Road is not planned for and looked at in detail now as part of this submission and not left to working it out sometime when nobody has a chance to really see the details. So that's my concern, how all those driveways interact when multiple trucks are sitting in the driveways wanting to turn. And your traffic engineer can address this, but what are the conflicts between those driveways? Because it's not just you. You could theoretically have 4 semis sitting there waiting to try to move one way or the other on Strikers Road. So I'd like that addressed when either by you or with your traffic consultant. I think that's all my general comments. The only other comment, I guess, which was not addressed and you didn't get to my letter, was the buffer in the rear of the property adjacent to the residential area. I think that I know what you're trying to do, that you constructed a berm, but interestingly enough, when you got to the lowest point in the property line and the closest residential units, you have no berm. And I was wondering, for the help of the board, to understand the relationship of the residential area to your building, if you could provide a couple of cross sections running from the residential area through your berm and also through the end where there is no berm, so that they can get a sense of what that is you're proposing and what impact it may have on the residential units behind. And I think that would be very helpful, and all of us could better understand what we're going to see there if and when this is built. Those are my questions, and thank you very much.
Is there any reply from your engineer on that, or?
Yeah, I would defer, as far as the driveways are concerned, I would defer to the traffic engineer.
Okay.
More appropriate. Again, for the water tank, I can't say for certain, if ultimately a water tank would be required for fire suppression, because we haven't completed that design. It's not anticipated, but I can discuss that with the applicant and see if there's something we could do to ease and mitigate that concern. And as far as the buffer is concerned, we are open to providing some, perspective views or some kind of exhibit that would give a 3D sense of what that berm looks like. I don't have anything available tonight to show though.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I have one further question of the engineer. Under condition 5 of the Highlands Municipal Project Review, where additionally, it's quoted in here as additionally, Lopatcong Township shall develop and implement a municipal-wide water use and conservation management plan with grant funding from the Highlands Council as required by the RMP, Regional Master Plan. And in Executive Order 114, parentheses 208, the township must submit a scope of work request for the grant from Highlands Council approval in order to begin work on a WCMP. Suppose the township doesn't want to do that. What's the plan to mitigate the deficiency in the HUC 14 watershed?
Yeah, I think this is a similar consistent situation as the sewer. I mean, there's some items that have to be resolved in order to provide sewer service to the site, and the Highlands is noting here that there'd be some similar action for the water quality management plan. They do sort of go hand in hand. So again, I don't have a resolution for that right now, but certainly as condition for the approval of this project, we would need to address and make sure that we can have water and sewer to serve the facility.
Okay, well, let's go with that then. Okay, if you finished your testimony, I will open it up to the public for questions of you.
Chairman, I do have a question.
Yes.
And I do have some concerns with condition 5 and a few other the items that the Highlands Council put out as conditions, and how this board actually either imposes or enforces those conditions as requested by the Highlands Council. I think a lot of them have to deal with the stormwater management and the sewer aspect. And I know that there's some concern you didn't receive material, so I don't want to be unfair to the witness right now. I'm going to defer asking those questions at this point, because Mr. Peck, I assume the engineer is going to get recalled at some point.
Well, yeah, but we'd like to recall him just for the limited purpose of addressing, you know, the unresolved issues from tonight.
Okay, those would include, I guess, the sewer and the stormwater management issues raised by the.
Correct.
Well, I don't have, my real question is just more of a basic one. I know that there were some issues with tanks that were, and fire suppression. I don't know if he knows the answer to it. What type of fire hydrants are in the area? Only because right now, throughout that corridor, we get really big buildings, and I want to make sure that that fire safety is being addressed. Are there fire hydrants available, and how many?
So as part of the project, we are proposing several fire hydrants around the site that would be fed from the public water service, which is typical for warehouse development. I have submitted plans via email and reached out to the fire official for comment. That was actually one of his questions, was to clarify locations of the fire hydrants. There's, I believe there's 7 without counting, but they are around the perimeter of the building in various locations. They're really hard to see at this scale, but like for example, let's see, and some of them are hidden by trees on this particular view. Let me see. There's one in this island here, and just double check because some of them are hidden by trees.
That's fine. I just didn't hear any testimony as to it. The fact that you included them, that makes me happy. That's all. That's what I want.
Yeah. So my testimony on the utilities was fairly brief, but there are fire hydrants proposed as part of the project that would be required, and obviously the necessary fire suppression would be incorporated.
Do you know, and this may be more for an architect, I don't even know if it's within your scope of practice. Mr. Ritter actually about the tanks and the fire suppression for inside. I assume that there's a type of code for that. If tanks are required, are you going to be able to accommodate them on site?
There is a code. I'm not a specialist for design of fire suppression systems within the building. That would be more of an architect or mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineer that specializes in that sort of design. We don't, like I said, we don't anticipate a tank at this time. Could it be accommodated on site? I believe so, but again, without knowing more detail, I mean, it'd be hard to definitively say that.
Okay, no, that's fair. And I know it's probably outside of your scope of expertise, so.
I presume that
the tanks required.
How the town, they were required, for example, I'm sure the town has a definition that would, maybe consider an accessory structure, and it would have to conform with the setback criteria and things of that nature in accordance with the ordinance.
Just on that, with AC and other units, are they going to be on the roof? And what the projection?
I don't know. We can have an architect, the project architect be available. This is a fairly simple building design. We didn't think it was necessary for tonight, but we certainly can have someone provide responses for questions, anything that has to do with HVAC for the building or things of that nature.
Yeah, just because the board will often talk at larger buildings and roof projection, things of that nature.
Okay, are there any further questions from the board or our professionals for this witness? If not, I'd like the webmaster to open this up to the public, probably using the raise your hand function of some kind. Is Lori, are you still on?
It's Nick. I'm still here though.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Can we get to the point where we eliminate the visual plan sheet on here? I don't know if you can take that off, Nick, or the engineer who was co-host on it, could do it.
Do you want me to?
Okay, very good.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, well, generally I'll address the public now. Is there anyone out there that has any questions as to the testimony of this witness we've just gone through?
Hello, do we have to raise our hands formally?
I don't see them. Would you identify yourself, please, then?
Sure. Teresa Chapman, 362 Harmony, or Brainerd's Road, Harmony, New Jersey. I
Yes.
do have, and I will try, a lot of information was provided tonight, so I will try to get through this. And you answer these questions, I'm sorry for repeating them. So the first one is, how many variances in total are you actually requesting for this project?
We believe there's 4.
There were only 4?
Correct. Mr. Ritter suggests that there's 2 others. We believe we've satisfied, can or will satisfy the 1. There's a 5th variant.
The wishes to the further question.
You can do that.
Thanks.
Okay. So if we're concluded with Mr. McKenna, if
I'll close 9. And as is our practice, so I mean, them on it, some date.
Good evening. Just to let the board know, some of the audio is a little bit jumping back on, but I will do my best to.
Okay. Mr. Price, would you swear this gentleman in?
I'll be happy to. Mr. Witchner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give the board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'll be happy to. Mr.
WYCHNER.
And you're a licensed traffic engineer.
Yes, I am.
In traffic engineering on the Strikers Road Associates application,
That is correct.
So in the interest of expediting things, I'd like to move Mr. Witchner, who was previously accepted by this board as an expert in traffic engineering, as an expert in the field of traffic engineering.
He's so acceptable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So John, you've reviewed the site plan for the subject application?
Yes, I have.
And did you perform a traffic analysis of the proposed warehouse?
Yes, we did perform a traffic impact study that was submitted to town as part of this application.
Okay, can you
Mr. Peck,
give
can
some
you
of the
just hold
highlights
on
of
one
that, please?
second? Chairman, could we have a
Yes,
roll
sir.
call as well right now? I just want to make sure that we still have a quorum. You're on mute. You're muted, Chairman.
Okay, just got a call from Beth. She's been bumped off, so has Jimmy been bumped off. So I think we have Joe Pryor, myself, Tom Fishback. I also, Ann Coyle is on. I believe that's 4. I don't know if Brian is back on yet or not. I
Mr.
don't
Peck.
hear. We have 4 members, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Peck, while we're trying to deal with these technical difficulties, can we just wait for a few minutes to see if these other members who have been
No objection to
participating
taking
join back?
5.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Gary, do you know if Joe is back on? I know I had let him in and now I don't see him. Also, Beth kept trying to get in. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of weird connection issue here in town. Looks like Beth might have come back, or Brian.
Lori, did you say that that Brian came back in?
Somebody with the township phone number came on.
Okay.
Gary, can you hear me?
That may be Brian or Beth, one of the two.
Yeah, I think it's Brian. Is that you, Brian?
It is, but I don't
Okay.
see, I can't see nothing on the computer. It's not logging on, but I can hear your voice.
Yeah, there's something.
I can hear Brian talking.
Yeah, Yeah, we can hear you talking. And then there's another number, 1908 7876389. I don't know who that is. Might not be anybody from the board, but I don't see Joe Pryor on here anymore.
Any luck, Beth? Yeah, I see two.
Now where did Brian? No, Brian's still here. Was
also-
the mayor on tonight?
Yeah, the mayor was on, but he's gone too.
She's trying. Beth is trying.
Gone too. Okay. You might just want to call in. I don't know. There's, with all the weird storms, it could be knocking stuff out.
She's trying to call in again, just to let you guys know.
Okay.
It just shows up on our computer. It says, wait, meeting host to let you in soon.
Yeah, and you're not showing
that's
up
it.
anymore. It's so weird. Like, Nick can't get in anymore at all. It just keeps spinning
wow.
for him. Yeah.
I don't see Joe Pryor anymore. He dropped out.
No. Mm-hmm.
How about Jim? Is Jim there? Jim?
No. Mengucci? No.
The mayor?
Uh-uh.
Yeah. You might have to, if you're not going to have a quorum then.
Well,
I know, that's the problem. You got to get him.
yeah. When the chairman's awful too.
I saw like that's she trying to come on, and I had Joe at one point, but lost him.
See if she's in the meeting, Beth, now.
Okay, let me see.
Hold on.
Beth, I'm going to hang out. See if Lori's going to see if she can get you on.
Yeah, here. Yep. Okay.
Are you on, Beth?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see Beth coming in. He's got to get Pryor back. So what do you need?
She's
4?
trying to talk to you guys.
Where'd she go? I hear
Take it off
you.
mute.
I have her unmuted.
And then talk.
Okay, are you guys in the same room?
Lori, yeah, I'm in Phyllis's desk and she's at hers, but
Okay. All right.
I can use my phone. I just put it up on speaker if that works.
Yeah. Here comes somebody else.
Somebody talk to me.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
There. Beth's gonna come over to this desk and I'm just gonna step a little side, so we're all good then.
Okay. And now I have the phone number 908-787-6389 in twice. So that's good. I don't know who that is. Let's see if they can unmute.
I think we may. The other thing.
You have quorum now? You need 4 or 5?
5.
All right, you need one more. Need to get Joe back somehow.
You don't get a quorum fast.
Yeah. No, nobody's coming in. Oh wait, here come more people. Hold on. There's got to be something going on with the internet around here.
Yeah, there's a big storm over top of it.
Yeah. All right, so now I have Jim Ifasoza Mengucci.
File block, you probably don't have, right? Jim?
It is me.
It is you. Okay.
Okay, we have 5 then.
There, you're good.
Can we just do, Chairman, can we just do a roll call just because there was a disconnect? The record's straight as to on for.
Certainly, Beth, are you on?
Yep,
Okay, can you do a roll call for us again?
yeah, I can. Was there a motion?
No,
it's
it's
not a motion, it's not a
No.
vote. We're just doing a roll
Oh,
call
you
to
mean
see if
just
we
to
have.
make sure everybody's back, sure. Okay,
Correct.
members Coyle,
Here.
Pryor, Weeks,
Yes, here.
Mayor Mengucci,
Here.
Vice Chairman Fishpack,
Here.
and Chairman Van Vliet.
Here.
All right, so we have a quorum, we're missing the prior, but I think the applicant will want to proceed. I think that members of the public can come back in right now. So I assume that we proceed at this point.
With your permission, Mr. Peck, I'll reopen it up to the public.
On Mr. McKenna?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that under the circumstances, that's appropriate.
Thank you. I'll open it up to any members of the public that want to question the engineer and limit the questions to strictly his testimony. Is there anyone that would care to ask him any questions? Oh, Ms. Chapman, you're back?
Yes.
Perhaps you should start over. We got cut off, we all got dropped out here somehow.
Yes. All right, I'm gonna just stop my video because I sometimes if you have multiple videos running, it slows everything down too. Okay. All right, so we have, the answer I think was possibly 6 variances before I got cut off. Is that correct?
I'd say 5 at most.
Okay. And another question is, if you don't get a sewer extension, will you then have to reconfigure these plans to add a septic and well? Did I get cut off again?
No, you're still on. We're waiting for Mr.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, Kyle, did you hear the question?
Sure. So if we weren't able to amend the sewer service area, would we need to reconfigure for a septic? So, I mean, right now, this application is being presented under the assumption that we would be successful in achieving a sewer service area amendment. So we haven't contemplated septic design. So I'm not really sure that we really wasn't part of the plan submitted or testimony regarding engineering. So we haven't really evaluated that.
Okay. Are you familiar with the planning report for Lopatcong Township? It was written in 2014, adopted in 2017, and then revised in 2018, where it states sewer is treated at the Phillipsburg sewer treatment plan, and that capacity at the Phillipsburg STP is allocated to 5 municipalities, and the current treatment capacity available to Lopatcong is limited and not enough to serve all of the anticipated development within the future SSA. It further states that capacity has been reserved for development of the Ingersoll redevelopment area and affordable housing projects, including Sycamore Landing and the proposed Larkin inclusionary project on the Piazza tract. So my question is, why did you create these plans that include sewer service and not a septic when it has been memorialized since 2017 that there is no allocation and they're at capacity?
I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the report you're referencing. I have reviewed an analysis done by JMT from February 25th, 2020, and I have not reviewed the latest letter issued to the township that was referenced earlier this evening. The study that was done in February 25th, 2020 did indicate that there was sewer service actually available. Much of it was spoken for, but there was some reserve capacity. And the reason that the state has a wastewater amendment process in place is for situations exactly like this, where there are ways to gain allocation back, and there's a process for it through the state. So that's why we submitted this application with the intent on going through that process.
Mhm. Okay. Has an environmental impact study been done that you're aware of?
In what form?
An environmental impact study that
There's been a phase one environmental assessment that has been completed. I'm not sure if
Okay.
that's what you're referencing.
Sure. Do you know if this is a water deficit area?
I don't know that I'm the best person to speak to the environmental aspects of the project.
Okay. Will there be someone testifying that can speak to the environmental aspects?
I think it depends on what specifically you're looking for. If it's related to LSRP type items, I'm sure that could potentially be arranged, but we haven't planned to provide environmental testimony at this time.
Okay.
There hasn't been much questions that arose or related to the subject.
Okay, so you can't confirm whether or not this is mapped out as being a water deficit area for the Highlands Council definition?
I hate to interrupt here, Mrs. Chapman, but we're getting a little off mark here.
Okay.
The question should be related just to the testimony that he gave.
Okay. So again, I don't know if he did give testimony on a definition of a motor vehicle. So Mr. McKenna, are you familiar with Title 39, the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Regulations, Section 39:1-1, which defines motor vehicles in the state of New Jersey?
I'm not familiar with the definition from the
state
section you're referencing.
Are you familiar with ITE and how they calculate trip generation for their traffic studies?
That would be more of a question for the traffic.
Mrs. Chapman, again, you're getting way off the mark of what he testified about.
I'm just trying to understand if these two items define motor vehicles, which includes all vehicles propelled otherwise than by muscular power.
That was covered by Mr. Ritter.
It's covered.
His questioning to Mr. McKenna. Mr. Ritter is the planning board attorney planner.
And if I may just interrupt, since we're into statutory definitions, 39 NJSA 39:1-1 defines vehicle as, quote, every device in, upon, or by which a person or property is or may be transported upon a highway, accepting devices moved by human power or used exclusively upon stationary rails or tracks or motorized bicycles.
Correct. So with that, I'm just trying to understand why there's a separation of the two, why the defining tractor trailers are different from a definition of a motor vehicle for this purpose when the testimony was provided.
You're asking about a difference of opinion between the planning board's planner and this
Yes.
applicant, and I don't think that the engineer actually testified on that. That was more Mr. Peck.
That would be correct.
Okay, okay, so it was just a mere opinion. All right, so you testified a little bit about the lighting. I'm not sure if you're having a landscape and lighting architecture come in to testify, but since you testified on lighting, how would it affect the homes that are at Overlook that are directly?
Again, our planner is, and when the planner hasn't testified yet, that would be come under his prerogative.
Okay, all right. There was testimony, I'm not sure if it was Mr. McKenna or Mr. Peck or somebody else tonight. Is there a defined truck route to and from the warehouse?
We have not heard from the traffic engineer yet. We're about to do that. I would defer any questioning. You'll be given a chance to question him after his testimony.
Okay. And then you spoke about a variance, and Wi-Fi has been a little shoddy here. Was it a fire code variance that you're requesting? Can you explain that variance a little bit?
Yes. The requirement is that per the ordinance, that 30 feet, a 30-foot fire lane be provided around the perimeter of the building.
So it's supposed to go around the whole building. Around the whole building. Okay. So, and this is, as a school teacher, I can't have a toaster in my classroom as it is against fire code. So why wouldn't this be a public health and safety concern to request a variance for certain fire codes and fire safety?
I don't think.
You're asking for an opinion from him, and that's the board's responsibility to check through. And we have a procedure. We go through the fire department and get their recommendations of what we have to do. But we haven't gotten to that situation yet.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Hearing none, I'll close the public portion of the questioning of that witness.
Gary, Donna Schneider
yes?
has her hand up.
Pardon?
Donna Schneider has her hand up.
All right, Donna.
Hold on, I'll have her unmute, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Gary. How are you?
Good, Donna. Yourself?
Good, thank you. I'm sorry I had to step away from my computer for a few minutes, so I apologize if anybody asks this question or if it's something I can ask this evening. George before was discussing about the capacity of all of the driveways on Strikers Road, and if we have that capacity. Is there anybody that can speak to that anymore tonight?
That probably would be to the next witness we have for our traffic engineer their traffic engineer to assess. So it'd probably be best off to wait until he gives his testimony about the traffic.
Okay, do you have any idea when that will be?
Well, I think he's still on board.
He's up next?
He's up next,
Okay.
yes.
Okie doke. All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Anyone else? Hearing none, and with time running short, I'll defer back to Mr. Peck to continue his presentation with his traffic engineer. I'm sorry, Mr.
I
Whitmer.
am, I was optimistic we could get through in 20 minutes ago when we started. I'm conferring right now to see what the prospects are. whether we want to keep going or just make it a hard stop tonight.
Okay.
Or given the technical challenges like you, I don't think Mr. Witcher is going to be all that long with his testimony. You know, if we could go to like 5 after, 10 after, we could probably be done with them.
We're flexible to that if we're going to go.
Okay.
Let's
I
get
think-
it underway and we'll see where we wind up.
Okay, sounds good enough. John, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, I believe you've been accepted as an expert in the field of traffic engineering. You were asked if you were familiar with the site plan. You were, and you had conducted some traffic analyses about the proposed project, and that's where the trail runs cold. So,
Yes, we have prepared a traffic impact study for the subject property and the proposed development that was submitted to the town as part of the land development application. As with any traffic impact study, we start with existing counts at intersections within the study area, and they range up from Route 57 and Strikers Road to the north, down to County Route 519 and Strikers Road to the south, and then 519 to the Route 22 intersection. We then apply, as per typical industry standards, we apply background growths and traffic associated with other nearby developments that have not been accounted for. They have not been constructed, but yet approved by the town. There were a number of different developments that were included in future no-build conditions. And then we use future no-build conditions really as a comparison or a starting point to compare to future build conditions. Future build conditions include the use of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual for Land Use Code 150 warehousing for this size building, utilizing the square footage as an independent variable. So then we were able to compare future no-build conditions to future build conditions with an analysis of each of the intersections. We then compare those future no-build to future build conditions and determine potential mitigation improvements necessary for mitigating the proposed development and the traffic impacts. There were a couple items identified as part of the traffic impact study, namely at the intersection of 519 and Strikers Road. There is, although not installed yet, there is a plan by Warren County for the installation of a traffic signal at that intersection. In addition to that, we have identified the potential for traffic signal retiming or signal optimization at the intersection of 57 and Strikers Road. Those results and recommendations were provided, again, as part of the traffic impact study and submitted to the town and reviewed by the board's engineer.
good. Now, have you had a chance to review the Collier's April 23rd, 2021 letter?
Yes, I have.
And in section 5, they make reference to an apparent discrepancy between the trip generation and the parking spaces. Can you speak to that a little further?
Yes, as I had mentioned earlier, we utilize the regression equations contained in the ITE Trip Generation Manual 10th edition for Land Use Code 150 or warehousing. This data is based upon studies that ITE and the industry have done on existing sites throughout the country. Now, since no tenant has been identified for this particular site, McMahon utilized square footage as an independent variable. It's a fixed number. It's part of the record plan, and it's probably the most appropriate independent variable to be used based upon the data that ITE presents. It's also consistent with NJDOT policy. So in order to widen the potential tenant pool, as the applicant markets the site, the applicant has assumed a higher level of maybe employees in order to be conservative for parking spaces in the event a tenant needed capacity in that area. As is the case with many municipalities, in this situation, and as suggested in a subsequent comment in the board engineer's review letter, and similar to the town's requirement imposed upon at least one nearby project recently, the applicant is aware that the board may require a post-development or post-completion study, and I believe it was referenced in the Collier's review letter in section 5.02, post-development study 6 months after full occupancy of the building to verify trip generation. And I know that that condition has been imposed on other nearby developments, at least one other nearby development, especially in light of the spec building.
And we're okay with that same condition, correct?
I've advised the applicant to expect that condition.
Okay. Now, what about, are you aware of the current status of the retiming of the signal, of the traffic signal at Strikers and Route 57?
So as part of the Stryker Associates project across the street and a little bit to the south by another applicant, that applicant went through an NJDOT approval process for retiming of that signal. NJDOT reviewed that signal retiming, concurred with the suggested signal retiming to mitigate that site's impact. However, their request really mirrored the request by the town in terms of implementing that signal timing and confirming that signal timing, much like the town's request in a 6-month post-development study. Again, I also imagine that that requirement would be a similar requirement from NJDOT on this application as well.
Okay. Now, how about, you heard a little bit of testimony before about concerns with the vehicle parking to the north side of the building, and a recommendation that there be a service road or something like that. Do you think that that's necessary?
I think with the applicant's experience of constructed sites in their portfolio, I believe that their history of operations for sites laid out, such as the proposed site, lends itself to adequate operations that they've experienced, that they have accepted in the past. There certainly is adequate parking on site, and essentially, although not a ring road with no other parking facilities on that ring road, there is adequate access to any parking field throughout the development.
Okay, and thank you. And you heard Mr. Wisniewski before reference a possible prohibition of right-hand turns out of the site. Do you have any thoughts on that? At least truck right-hand turns being prohibited out of the site.
Under the current access configuration, I believe that, and I'm in agreement with Mr. Wisniewski regarding some of the challenges of right turn egress truck movements out of the driveway. We also heard testimony and a concession by the applicant that we will be working with the adjacent bridge development site plan for potential for shared access. That shared access will likely have more appropriate radii that would allow for right turn egress truck movements. However, based upon discussions with the applicant, it appears they are agreeable to the right turn egress restriction under the current geometry.
Right. Obviously, if there's some sort of shared coordinated driveway, might have to take another look at things.
Yes, and in reality, it appears their market studies show the majority of trucks heading to the south to the traffic signal, to the proposed traffic signal at 519 and Strikers Road.
And are you aware of the status of any proposed improvements down at that intersection, Strikers and 519?
Yes, as part of the Strikers Associates land development application. I believe that was finalized in 2020. The county had a requirement for a contribution to partially or fully fund that the installation of a traffic signal that it's my understanding would that the project would be handled by the county with that contribution. We have submitted our traffic study to the county as part of the application. The county has not provided any feedback as to the timing of the installation of that traffic signal. However, funds have been allocated for the design and installation of that traffic signal.
Okay, great. And is there, I think we've covered everything, but is there anything else in section 5 of the Collier's letter relating to traffic that you'd like to offer some testimony on?
Much like, I guess, the way Mr. McKenna kind of finalized his testimony just in going through the April 23rd letter issued by Collier's on page 11, section 5. We talked in comment 5.01, we talked about the potential condition for a post-development study. That is then further detailed in comment 5.02, which I testified to. 5.03 also requests information from from the applicant, or i.e. me, regarding the status of signal retiming at 57 and Strikers Road. 5.04 discusses the status of the traffic signal under consideration by Warren County, which we hit upon. Again, 5.05 between testimony between myself and Mr. McKenna, also hit on those. The remaining comments, 5.06 really through 5.09 were testified to by Mr. McKenna. And the last two remaining comments, 5.10, which is a request to copy the township on any correspondence with the county and NJDOT. Certainly, as we will be complying with that request. And the last comment, 5.11, regarding a revision to the site plan to indicate driveways across Strikers Road, is also an item that the applicant will be complying with.
Okay, great. So I believe that that would conclude your direct testimony. So now if the board and, so forth have questions. Mr. Chairman, you're muted again.
Sorry about that. Keep seeing that little microphone go on to red all the time. Sorry about that. Adam, do you have any questions of Mr. Wickner?
No, I believe Mr. Wickner went through the entire presentation, effectively the traffic study that was performed, and also addressed our comments that were presented in our letter. So, generally we're in agreement with the requirement for the 6-month post-occupancy traffic study, and obviously coordinating directly with NJDOT and the county following that occupancy study and seeing how that might impact the adjacent intersections and signals. And it's good to hear that they are kind of advancing that signal that was kind of hinted at by the county planning board and engineer's office, and hopefully that kind of comes to fruition to help the traffic through this corridor of the township. So we haven't seen anything formal from the county on that, but we'd like to see something from Mr. Wickner if he has that, any kind of correspondence related to that signal as well.
Thank you. George, you had some comments about the driveways intersecting on Strikers Road there. Perhaps you can get an answer here.
Yes, one of the things I was interested in is we've been looking at this as an individual driveway and whether you have adequate sight distance and that type of thing. But in actual fact, we could potentially have 3 driveways directly adjacent to each other on your side of the Strikers Road. And I believe there's 3 on the other side, or at least 2, that directly come out in the same area. And from a traffic engineering point of view and from a safety point of view, what's your thoughts in regards to possible conflicts between drivers coming out at all those intersections, some of which will be required to only turn right, others who will have free movements through the driveway, and how you think that would work as, say, compared to planning a common driveway or common driveways with you and your adjoining neighbor?
Yes, so I think we heard tonight that there's certainly coordination that needs to occur with the bridge development adjacent to this site. When this application was submitted, that information was not available to the applicant's team. What I would envision, as much as you kind of hinted at, Mr. Ritter, a common or a shared driveway. So I think that accomplishes, one aspect of combining some driveways on the eastern side of Strikers Road. Then from a planning principle, we always like to align driveways with other driveways across the street. So what I would envision, and again, should the land be available for this common driveway, I would envision that common driveway should align as much as possible with the precast manufacturing driveway across the street. And that's one thing that we'd like to open those conversations with the board engineer and with the adjacent property owner to try to accomplish that.
Well, thank you. I have one other question. The few times I've been out to the site, all these driveways are coming in at almost a grade break point on Strikers Road, where, like, if you're at the plastic company's driveway, oftentimes when you look, if you're sitting in the driveway and looking to the left, cars can, particularly passenger cars, can come up on that intersection fairly quickly, and in certain spots are really hard to see. Given the amount of development that's being proposed, your project on Lot 6, do you think it would make any sense to adjust the curve in Strikers Road to cut a little of that bump out and adjust it so you have better sight distance across that crest?
Well, I know that Colliers had made 2 comments specific to the site distance, which Mr. McKenna had agreed to provide additional information, namely a sightline profile that would kind of take into account that slight vertical curve that you just mentioned. There was also discussion of, and again, a lot of this is hypothetical because where the shared driveway winds up may kind of really take care of itself in terms of a sight distance concern that you're expressing. But there's also a discussion about a mill and overlay from a utility standpoint, and that's the utility runs are not necessarily have not been reviewed by me, or the routing of those utilities I have not reviewed those. However, in a mill and overlay situation, there possibly could be slight adjustment to Strikers Road. So I think a combination of the mill and overlay and the common driveway getting a little bit further south accomplishes those sight distance comments that were raised by Collier's office.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bryce, do you have any questions?
I do, Chairman, but it kind of dovetails, and it's kind of directed at I guess thoughts that were by our professionals, but I'm just trying to understand. Mr. Wickner, when you're looking at this site, while they've been talking about common driveways and how that were beneficial plan, at this point there is no common driveway proposed by virtue of your application, right?
Not as part of the currently proposed application as shown on the site plan by Bowler.
Did you do a independent of a common driveway as to the safety of the ingress and egress from your site in relationship to existing driveways and anticipated driveways if there is not a common driveway?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Have you done an independent study that if there's not a common driveway, which this board can't force, if there's not a common driveway and there's two driveways and the one already existing and may otherwise be existing on Strikers Road, did you do an independent study as to the safety of your site's ingress and egress if it is as proposed right now?
I see. The information from the adjacent property is really, to be honest with you, some new information for at least for me over the course of the last week or two. We have not prepared or submitted a situation that has that situation that you described. I think that further coordination can and will, and I believe that the applicant has committed to that coordination for the goal of the common driveway.
Understood, but this board can't operate with the thought that a common driveway will ultimately be agreed to by all other parties aside from this board and what the board's desire. And my concern for the board is that I want them in a position to be possibly approving a plan that's going to create a traffic safety issue, not a traffic issue, on Strikers Road or 57. I'm talking about a conflict traffic safety issue directly related to your ingress and egress with what the board cannot ignore as a complete application before it, and with prior approved properties that have known traffic factors. And I don't know if perhaps you can study that, but I think that it would be beneficial to the board to know that approval that they may or may not grant is going to be safe from a traffic ingress and egress standpoint. You know what I'm saying?
I do. So I was involved with the Stryker Associates project to the south on Strikers Road, so I am familiar with that information. The traffic study that I believe would have been or should have been provided or produced by the bridge development application, if that was made available to me, I would be able to kind of do that independent evaluation, understanding some of their traffic volumes. I believe as a condition, should the board be inclined to approve the application as a condition, I would think that it would behoove the township to request that condition to work with and do that study of a combined driveway, and work with bridge development to ensure that the access is safe.
Legally, we can't use a condition that's binding on neighboring property owners to cooperate. So that therein lies my problem for the board from a legal perspective. And I think that you can get that information through an open request. I think that they have submitted a traffic study. Adam can confirm that for me. But that's where my question for you is really about the safety of the ingress and egress in light of the totality of the circumstances that are going on Strikers Road with your proposal, and not assuming a common driveway access and egress. Because the board.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last comment.
Yeah, you cut out your last half of your sentence.
Sorry. I think that it's a necessary understanding for the board to understand the safety implications for access and egress and ingress from your site independent of a possible common driveway. Because the plan before us is for a specific access, and we cannot assume, or the board cannot assume, that a common driveway agreement will be reached between property owners. And that's where my problem is. And it doesn't just affect this applicant, it also affects the other applicant. So it's not as if you're getting called out specifically, you may be carrying the laboring oar to figure it out because you're number one in the line. But you know, that's my concern for the board. And it's I think a valid planning concern for the board to be undertaking, is to understand exactly the safety of that intersection with the road.
But Mr. Price, if I may, I mean, we would have no problem accepting as a condition that, you know, should we get an approval and should our neighbors get an approval, and this could be, you know, a reciprocal condition, because if we each get an approval, the board can likewise impose it on the neighbors of the south, that, you know, we have to work together to ensure that it's safe and that it's to the satisfaction, you know, of the board and its professionals. So I don't think there's any, because otherwise you are putting us in a bad position. You know, you say, oh, there's two driveways there, it's going to be unsafe with NFI turning out. NFI, you know, sorry, we can't approve you. Oh, wow, now there's just one driveway there. So, you know, now Bridge is the beneficiary of us hitting the wire for them. So
I can't speak for the board, Mark or Mr. Peck, but it could be vice versa too. That Bridge could lose out. I don't want to speculate as to, but
I get that. But I think then a fair and appropriate way to deal with it would be, you know, as just suggested.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, as you know, Mr. Peck, this board cannot force the cooperation between neighboring property owners.
But that onus is on us then, you know, but if we can't come up with a safe plan with Bridge, well, then we can't satisfy the condition, and you know, isn't that too bad for us?
The problem is, I think that deliberation and that analysis has to be understood by and taken by the board. I don't think that it's a condition that can just be put off.
Then subject to ultimate ratification by the board. We work something out that's safe, and we have to come back. The board retains ultimate jurisdiction over this question. So we come back for half an hour and put the presentation on with our neighbors to the south.
You know, that's why I think that it would be beneficial to have a direct study as to it that can go into the record. But that's just me. And it's not my case, and I'm not suggesting that you have to do that. It's just a looming issue in my mind. Only because I do fear that, you know, you end up with an access, you have an easement, you can use that easement. You know, we're going to be, the board, you know, can't deny reality. And then we're going to have two adjoining property owners with conflicting traffic, with a conflicting ingress and egress across the street. And I think that's not good planning. But, you know, so that's why I'm directing this to your traffic engineer, maybe come up with a more definitive statement and conclusion for the board that it's going to function safely as proposed, and not relying on a hypothetical driveway in the future that's common to two.
Understood. And as noted earlier, I believe we had concluded our direct testimony, so we're now in the questioning phase. So the ball is in the board's court.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've had any members of the board have any questions? Hearing none, I'll move on to allowing the public to question this witness on his testimony and only on his testimony. So is there any members of the public that have questions of Mr. Wickner?
Teresa Chapman, raise her hand.
Yes.
Teresa Chapman, 362 Brainerd's Road, Harmony. So is there a defined truck route at the moment for like established for the trucks to come into the warehouse and exit the warehouse?
So there currently is no defined or legislated truck route for this development. As we had testified to earlier, we are agreeable, notwithstanding combined driveways and that part of the discussion, we are agreeable to a right turn egress restriction to head northbound on Strikers Road toward 57. And in reality, with the increased capacity of the intersection of 519 and Strikers Road, with the installation of a traffic signal currently contemplated by the county, we feel as though that would be the appropriate route for trucks for ingress and egress to this site.
Do you know the date of that improvement?
I do not. I know that the previous land development application that I referenced by Stryker Associates was completed in 2020. They are currently under construction, and I believe that at least the requirement for a contribution is in the near future in terms of the contribution to Warren County. We have submitted our traffic study to Warren County, and we are waiting for some communication from them, and we're hopeful that that we can have that dialogue with the county in terms of their schedule for the installation of that traffic signal.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said at Strikers and 519, so that is by, like, I don't know if you know the area where Rath's Deli is, that intersection there? That's
yes, to the south of this site, correct.
Thank you. It's hard to imagine this without the diagrams in front of me.
Yeah, yes, Unionville or Uniontown and Strikers Road. I go by county route names sometimes. I apologize, but I use them interchangeably.
All right, so will there be any traffic signals put along Strikers Road between 57 and 519?
It is not contemplated to install any traffic signals. We have reviewed traffic signals are installed for if they satisfy certain warrants outlined by the Federal Highway Administration. Our review of the traffic volumes and the conditions along Strikers Road do not really even allow us to install a traffic signal because it doesn't satisfy some of those FHWA warrants.
Okay. How close is this entrance to the other warehouse entrance? Do you know what that distance is?
I don't have an exact dimension. I believe it's well over 200 feet. But I apologize. I do not have that exact distance.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. Just for clarification, do you mean the project that's currently under construction right now?
Yes, there's like that 510,000 square foot warehouse on Strikers Road that's being currently developed.
Agreed. So I do not have that dimension.
Okay. And will Strikers Road have to be widened or to accommodate these projects or this development?
We reviewed left turn lane warrant analyses which are based upon traffic volumes, number of vehicles in moving along Strikers Road, number of vehicles that are turning into driveways. The traffic volumes in the future build conditions do not satisfy the warrants for left turn lanes or widening. As was discussed previously, there is a requirement by the aforementioned development that's under construction. And then what I heard tonight from Collier's office was a request for a mill and overlay and improvement of that pavement structure from a milling and overlay perspective, but not widening of Strikers Road.
Okay. And what about the intersection? You said that there is no defined truck route to or from the warehouse currently in the plans, but the intersection at Strikers and 57, there's also railroad tracks that go there. Does that have to be improved and widened for this project?
Not based upon our analysis, and as we heard here before earlier tonight, there is a concurrence or an agreement by the applicant to restrict right turn egress movements of trucks in that direction.
Okay. Do you happen to know the length of Strikers Road from 57 to 519?
I do not. I can get that information quickly if necessary.
That would be very helpful, yes. And then with both warehouses fully functioning on opposite sides of this single street, what would the traffic impact entail? Like, do you know how many trucks will be expected to be on Strikers Road throughout the day and the night?
So as part of the traffic impact study, we are required, or typical practice is to include traffic associated from not only existing traffic counts, but also from nearby planned developments. So much like the one we were talking about here, the one that's under construction, even though traffic associated with that development does not exist on the road today, we utilize that traffic study to help build and layer on in order to determine future no build conditions. Then we add our traffic on there to determine future build conditions. So the traffic associated with this site under construction is part of our future traffic conditions, which we then analyzed. As far as the proposed development, again, with no tenant in mind, the Institute of Transportation Engineers determines, based upon the square footage of this proposed building as the independent variable, approximately over the course of 24 hours, approximately 175 trucks over the course of 24 hours. But again, that is another, without a tenant in mind, that's another reason why the township, I believe from a good planning perspective, has imposed the condition of a post-development study on other applicants in the past, and that request appears in Collier's review letter for this application as well.
Okay, so that's roughly, I mean, if we were just going to do the flat math there, 7 trucks per hour. But again, with this being built on speculation, we don't really know the hours. And what is there a classification of warehouse? Is this high cube, transload? What kind of facility is this?
We have analyzed this facility as a traditional warehouse. One of the main reasons being is that there is significantly more data over the course of time published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers for that type of land use. 30 data points from a daily perspective, upwards of 50 or 60 other sites across the country, in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Colorado, California, over the last 4 decades that the IT has published data for. We felt as though, from a statistical analysis perspective, certainly the more data available, the more accurate that data is with the number of data points, and therefore warehousing is the intended use for this building.
Mm-hmm. But without knowing the actual tenants, the actual data is hard to kind of come up with and determine if you're just
Well, I mean, what we can do is use industry accepted data, accepted by NJDOT, accepted by Warren County, accepted by Lopatcong Township, and using data with significant number of data points for this land use code. And again, the fail-safe is the township's requirement imposed or condition imposed on at least one of the development recently for that post-development study for confirming the trip generation utilized in our traffic study.
Okay, did you find the actual length of the Strikers Road from 57 to 519?
I did. It's just over 1 mile.
1
approximately
mile.
50. I'm sorry.
1 mile? Okay.
Yes, approximately 5,600 feet.
Okay. So with 7 trucks per hour, and is this the combination from this development, the proposed development across opposite, or just this development, 7 trucks per hour?
That would be just this development. The other development is slightly smaller, therefore slightly, and the same land use code, same ITE data was utilized for that traffic study as well. So that number would be slightly less for that other development. So, yeah.
Right. Right. It's about 80,000 square feet less.
Correct.
Okay. So we don't really know how this opposing traffic coming both ways. There are stoplights at both sections with 7 trucks going into and out of a 1 mile road. What is that traffic impact?
Well, the analysis, although we utilize number of trucks in our analysis, the sheer number of trucks, 7, 6, 8, whatever it turns out to be, really the impact is a function of existing traffic volumes, the existing efficiency of intersections in the study area, planned roadway improvements that improve or increase the efficiency, increase the capacity of nearby intersections. One of the things that and to the county's benefit, one of the things that the county requires us to do is treat they have a truck to passenger car equivalency in their regulations, where we have to treat 1 truck as 5 passenger vehicles, which certainly take up some capacity of intersections. So that was built into our traffic study as well, based upon Warren County requirements. So numbers of trucks have been accommodated for, ITE statistical data has been accounted for, existing traffic volumes have been accounted for, nearby planned roadway improvements have been accounted for. It goes under a peer review by the county and by the township. And as that last, again, as I mentioned, as that last fail-safe, the township has imposed conditions for this post-development study. Once the tenant has been identified and once the tenant is operational. And what we've really seen over the course of time, this ITE data that I keep referencing, I mentioned it's data from the 1980s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. As we've seen over the last decade, the trip generation on data points that were studied over the last decade and a half, maybe even 2 decades, actually shows trip generation going down for this land use. So that's another conservative aspect built into the traffic study. We're bound by using all the ITE data over the last 40 years for this land use code, but in reality, the tenants are moving toward internal operations that have shown trip generation going down for this land use.
Right, but those aren't well-established practices. So seven trucks per hour for this particular development. The warehouse across the street, it's 80,000 square feet less, so it's slightly, we say it's 6 trucks per hour. So we have 65 cars. If you're going to do the equivalent, per hour on a mile road, how many parking spots for the employees are anticipated or planned?
I'm unfamiliar with the correlation between some of that original math in the question, in the first part of the question versus the parking spaces. I think it was,
You had said 5 cars per 1 truck equivalent. So if we have 7 trucks per hour, 7 times 5 is 35. You said the other warehouse is slightly less. So if we say 6 trucks, 6 times 5 is 30. So that's where I'm getting those 65 cars. The length.
I do understand that. What we typically don't do in the industry is correlate that truck calculation that you're referencing to parking spaces. But to answer your original question, I believe there's, and Mr. McKenna can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there was 534 parking spaces proposed on site.
Yes.
So, okay, so at any given time, you can have 534 cars traveling on Strikers Road to go to the warehouse.
Well, I wouldn't make a direct correlation between trips and parking spaces. And sometimes I use an example of a Dunkin' Donuts. In the morning, 100 people visit a Dunkin' Donuts. However, some Dunkin' Donuts only have 15 parking spaces. There's certain, turnover of parking spaces. It helps protect the tenant if there's a shift change where, sometimes a second shift comes in before the first shift is out. But I would personally, based upon my line of work, I don't correlate trips to parking spaces. It's not an industry accepted kind of correlation.
Okay, so Dunkin' Donuts, you go in, you go out, warehouses, it's a storage facility. The employees, those parking spaces are for the employees. They go in, they work. It's not a food establishment. So there's no traffic impact for the employees. Is that what I'm understanding here? Like, even though there are 534 parking spaces, there's no traffic impact study done for the anticipated amount of employees coming and driving on that 1 mile road, along with the 65 cars.
Oh, there absolutely is the traffic study that accommodates or analyzes trucks and passenger vehicles. Those are added on top of what I had referenced before as the future no build conditions in order to determine future build conditions. We then make that comparison between future no build conditions and future build conditions and come up with a list of mitigating improvements, which really is leads to the recommendations that were outlined in the traffic impact study. All of that was part of the traffic study that was submitted to the township, but absolutely we account for passenger vehicles as well.
Can you give us that number?
Yes. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
So ITE separates passenger vehicles and trucks over the course of a daily period, 24 hours. And then we also focus on the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. From a passenger vehicle standpoint, over the course of 24 hours, approximately, according to ITE, approximately 626 daily passenger car trips. So that would be one vehicle entering and one vehicle exiting at the end of the day. So technically 313 cars, they have to enter the facility and then exit the facility, which is why they're counted twice. That's over a 24-hour period. In the morning peak hour, 84 passenger car trips. In the afternoon peak hour, 81 passenger car trips. And again, that information was accounted for in the traffic impact study that was reviewed by the township.
Okay.
Mrs.
and-
Chapman, this
Yeah.
is the chairman.
Yes.
I think we're getting a little far afield on how we develop statistics, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. I don't know where you're going with this type of questioning.
I'm trying to establish how many cars will be on a 1 mile stretch during morning and afternoon, especially for the health and safety of the children. Lopatcong Middle School is right there. So how does this affect buses, bus routes? So
I think that's taken care of in the accepted analysis of the traffic here. I don't know where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to figure
It's not something that it's a standard. You're taking a 1 mile road and trying to do it with cars and trucks, and we're not getting anywhere here.
Mr. Chairman, can I just interject something? I
Yes.
think in fairness to the questioning and in fairness, and I won't say that the questioning is inappropriate, except in as much as this. Currently, the board is operating as this is a permitted use within the zone district. As such, the off-track traffic impact is not a specific concern for the board that's assumed in the ordinance. So regardless of what the off-track traffic impact is, the board really doesn't exercise any control over that aspect. What the board can control is traffic safety as to ingress and egress as to the site, but its impact on the road system is really beyond the ability of the board to control. And insofar as the questions asking and directing a lot of that volume information, it may be interesting. And I even have a few questions about it, but I don't know what the board could do with it.
Thank you.
Okay, the public still is concerned and has a right to know. So on the public aspect, the public deserves to know the impact of what we're expecting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any further questions of this witness?
Gary,
There-
Donna is raised her hand again.
Okay, Donna. Donna?
Here, hold on, I'll unmute her.
Okay, can you hear me?
Donna?
Are you there?
We're here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I've been coming and going. I've had some trying to catch up on everything. I just want to reiterate just the last minute that I saw that I've listened to. I don't know. I guess I'm saying this traffic study just doesn't sound, it just doesn't sound right, because on a given day at 4 p.m. on Strikers Road with no trucks, there's lines of cars with that signal, and it could take me 5-6 lights to get through there without this warehouse going in and without the other warehouse even started. I just can't, it just doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound accurate. You know, this road is going to be consumed with trucks, cars. It's going to be inoperable for anyone to try and get in and out of the township that lives here. It just doesn't sound right. The numbers don't add up, and saying that it's okay and that the county agrees with it and everybody agrees with it just doesn't sound right.
I don't know how to answer that question. We're going by the accepted traffic studies that are coming in here. As Mr. Bryce indicated, we really don't have any control over that other than the egress and ingress of the driveway situation. So I really don't know what the planning board could do for that aspect.
Sir, and just to elaborate further, if it was a D variance application, it would be a completely different ballgame, but it's not. now we're constrained by the court to apply the ROM as it existed, and fortunately or unfortunately, we as a you as a board have to not consider off-site and off-track traffic impact further down the line.
Yeah, I guess, you know, sorry if I'm, if this is not appropriate at this time, but it's really disappointing that this developer is coming in to put a warehouse where it's going. It's really disappointing that they would come in, look at this road and say, yeah, this is a great spot for another warehouse. Let's sue the town and let's put this in even though the town doesn't want it. You know, you changed your ordinances, you've changed everything to not allow, and then we've gone through all of this when the town clearly doesn't want this here. And it's just really unfortunate that this whole thing is happening right now when, you know, we have enough. We have more warehouses than we do schools in this township. And it's just really unfortunate that this all has to go on.
Well, thank you, Donna.
But at the end of the hearing, there will be plenty of availability for public comment. Please, by all means, come and comment.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Chairman, I do have a question, and I'm sorry to do it, but they're kept, and I just needed to understand everything, because there was a discussion about traditional warehouse and land use code, and then there was a discussion about high cube. Is there a difference in traffic generation between the warehouse land use code that you used and high cube? And if so, what is the difference?
So ITE does have a land use code for high cube warehouse. That is a new land use code recently IT has published data on. I did not do a statistical analysis of what this site would generate if it was high cube. What I can say is that the ITE data currently published with industry standards has very few data points for their study of existing high cube facilities. And I would say I can probably count them on one hand, whereas the land use code of warehousing, land use code 150, has 50, 60, 70 data points.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you know off the top of your head what the data suggests for high cube?
Not off the top of my head. It's typically a logarithmic calculation, which I don't have memorized.
Is it more or less than what you project for land use 150?
I think for high cube, the 2 to 5 data points that ITE has studied was slightly more than land use code 150. However, again, with a statistical analysis, I can't speak to the potential for outliers in that small sample size of data.
Okay. Do you know if this is going to be a high cube warehouse versus a traditional warehouse?
It's my understanding, based on conversations with the applicant, that it would be a traditional warehouse tenant in terms of who they will be marketing to.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Are hearing any more questions?
Chairman, one final question, I'm sorry, for Mr. Wickner. I understand, I know NFI is a large logistics company that operates throughout the country. Is the thought here that they are looking for a tenant to occupy the structure, or are they going to operate the facility on their own as a contractor, let's say, for a client? And the reason I ask that question is, do they have, with their extensive experience nationwide in these types of facilities, do they have accurate counts that they could use beyond the ITE, but from their own operations, that they would understand, oh, if we have a warehouse of this size that we operate in this type of, suburban area, we typically operate this many trucks per hour per day. with contracts and clients that we subcontract to for logistics operations. I guess that might help to clarify. That might require a response from the applicant themselves.
Yeah, we can answer that. Mr. Landsberg, who's on, can provide the answer to that question.
Because that might be even more accurate than the statistical analyses that the ITE work on. They can use their own data.
Is Mr. Lansbury an additional witness you have, or?
He's just to answer this question. We are really hoping to wrap up Mr. Witchner tonight, so we don't have to pay him to come back next month.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
but there was a specific question asked by Mr. Wisniewski, though. So, and Ms. Landsberg's the most appropriate.
Okay.
He'll need to be sworn, though.
All right. Before I do this, Chairman, only because it's really approaching 11 o'clock and I still have some other business that you want to attend to.
Yes.
Is Mr. Landsberg going to be coming back with you, Mark, I assume?
Yeah, oh yeah, he'll be here through the course of the hearing.
Okay. All right. If there's no further questions of Mr. Wickner, then I guess we can proceed to that witness and swear him in.
Well, I think he was to provide a basis for a John Wickner answer, which was then going to, I think, conclude his appearance here. But I think Adam's question to John is more appropriately begun to be answered by Michael, and then John can pick up from there. That makes sense.
Is he on?
Yeah, everyone's on. So Michael just needs to be sworn.
All right, Mr. Landsberg, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Michael, briefly for the record, before you answer Mr. Wisniewski's question, can you just let the board know who you are and what it is you do for NFI?
Sure. I got all dressed up tonight. I'm glad I get a little of screen time here. I'm the Chief Development Officer for NFI. I've been with the company for almost 16 years and oversee our real estate platform.
Okay, Mr. Wisniewski was asking, I'm going to paraphrase horribly here, but basically, if NFI in its experience has developed its own, internal ITE type manual or things like that might provide guidance, or do you rely on the ITE manuals?
So I will briefly say that to John's comments, specifically as it relates to general warehouse, the short answer is we feel it will be consistent with the general warehouse data, given the volume of data that ITE has come up with over the last recent one or two editions. Some of their newer classifications do have less data points. And if we were in one of those classifications, I would maybe have more discrepancy or more guidance from our own experience. But for the general warehouse, it's pretty consistent with ITE. And Adam, Mr. Wisniewski asked whether we will operate it or have a tenant or a customer. We don't know that answer yet. We're hopeful that we will operate it ourselves. We're open, just given where the market is, that it may not be us. But that decision hasn't been made yet.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
And Mr. Peck, I guess before I'm excused, just on some other previous questions regarding different land use codes. One of another.
Hold on, please hold on. That witness is subject to cross-examination by the public now.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Landsberg? Yeah.
So,
Just on the very limited scope of his testimony, though.
does any of our professionals, Adam, you proposed the question. George, you have anything?
You're on mute, Mr. Etter.
Muted.
No, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bryce, are satisfied with the, okay. I'll open it up to the public. Does anyone have questions of this witness? Again, I'll remind you, it's limited to his testimony only.
Yes,
Gary?
Gary. Go ahead.
Donna Header first.
All right, I got Donna, go ahead. Donna, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute her. Okay. Oh, no. Hold on. There you go.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me an example of a tenant for this type of warehouse?
I can talk to you about, I can mention some of our customers. So we operate about 55 million square feet, US and Canada, and wide ranging customer base from retailers, general merchandisers, food and beverage companies, consumer products. And it could be any type from that group or others. We don't know, but typically a general warehouse use is not some of the uses in the high cube are, and I think Mr. Witchner mentioned a transload or a fulfillment center, or high cube generally relates to something with lots of automation, right, John? And this general warehouse is typical bulk distribution and storage where goods come in and goods come out, but it could be as an example, a parts distribution center for an auto company, as an example. It could be a retail store that all of us frequent, storing their retail goods before it goes to the store.
Okay, so most likely this is going to be a distribution center.
It will be a distribution center,
It's
yeah.
definitely, okay. And before they said traditional warehouse, you're saying high cube, is that?
No, I'm saying it will not be. I was differentiating between the two.
Okay.
It will be a general warehouse, not a high cube.
Okay, thank you, I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. John, did you want to?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. There were some questions about land use codes. Another land use code that is allowable in the ROM district is office space. And we know based upon ITE data that has hundreds of data points for office space, generates significantly more traffic on a square foot basis than warehouse and distribution centers. So we talk about various land uses, and I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about higher generating uses from a trip generation perspective for the ITE on a per 1,000 square foot basis.
Thank you.
Gary, this is John. I just have one question.
Yes.
Well, in this situation, will the person who owns the land, the new owner, will they own the land and own the warehouse, or will they own the land, lease the warehouse, and then whoever comes into it leases it from the warehouse leasee?
Good question. That without getting into the intricacies of supply chain contracting, very quickly, we typically own our real estate long-term. We're private family-owned company, and our long-term holders. So if we are successful here, we'll acquire the land from the Deschler family and construct the warehouse, and either lease it to ourselves, effectively, our own warehousing company, who will then contract with those customers, where it will be an NFI warehouse with maybe one or multiple customers inside, or we will own the building and lease it directly to a tenant where we may not have any operational involvement. It will just be a lease.
So
that-
you have those variations. Either you may either lease it out to somebody that runs a building, or you may run it yourself and lease it out to the tenant that comes in to use the building.
Correct, although in the circumstance where we use it ourselves, it's technically a warehousing contract, it's not a lease.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
Any further questions? Hearing none, I'll defer to Mr. Peck. With the hour getting to be what it is, near 11 o'clock now, I would.
Yeah, no, Chairman, I appreciate yours and the board's indulgence. You've already given us a lot more latitude than I think we had any reason to expect. So I think we'll call it a night here.
Okay, we'll adjourn.
We're
the
done with
meeting here.
Mr. Witchner, so we'll just be back next time with our planner and then whatever supplemental engineering testimony.
Okay, the June meeting, we have pretty much booked up already, so I would anticipate we would resume this meeting at the July meeting, if that is in agreement.
Do we know the date of that meeting?
Which one, the July meeting?
Correct.
Hold on.
July. Or
What day was that?
July 28th.
Oh. Well, I'm going to be out of the country on July 28th.
I hope somewhere good.
Yeah, it should be. But
Would you
yeah,
like to defer to August then?
hate to do that well, can we circle back to you on the scheduling? I don't know that.
Yeah, what I suggest is that be in contact with Ms. Diltz or myself in between now and the June meeting.
Yeah, no, of course.
What we can do is that if the board is inclined, the board can entertain a motion to carry it to the June meeting, no further notice required, and then establish a date for further adjournment.
Okay, because I don't, we'll want to speak about our options, I don't know if the board would even entertain a special meeting or anything like that. We're basically on, I think, the 20-yard line here, or well, we'd be on the 5-yard line if it wasn't for, the unknown of public comment. So,
Nice.
we'd hate to wait 3 months for what should be, our planner tying things up and then whatever public comment. So anyway, but we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Peck.
All right, we'll be in touch. Have a good night.
So Gary, will that
Yes.
mean that Beth will know next month whether there's a meeting next month or not? That's going to include this applicant.
When we come to a decision, Beth will know.
Yeah, and we'll certainly have a decision before the next agenda is published.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have to make a motion to extend this, Mr. Bryce?
Yeah, make a motion if somebody could make a motion to carry it to June. What is it, 23rd? Or no further required.
Okay, do I hear a motion to carry it to this hearing to June 23rd?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Second, Beth, if you're still on, have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, members Coyle,
Yes.
Pryor,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Mayor Mengucci,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Fishback,
Yes.
Chairman Van Vliet.
Yes. Okay, the only other thing here I have is public comment. Anything not relegated to this hearing that we're having now.
Gary, Teresa has her hand up.
Yes.
Hi, Teresa Chapman. This comment is just to Mr. Peck. I think you're a little confused because this is a public hearing where public comment and question and testimony is not only allowed, but it's warranted. This is a public hearing. And for you to make a comment trying to say that public comment is extending your application is a little inappropriate. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Yes, hold on. Donna again.
Donna?
Let's get her to unmute. Okay. Okay, she's good. You're good.
I'd like to echo that too. You know, this is not a little candy store you're putting on a corner. This is a huge deal. This is a huge building going where it really shouldn't be going. And for us to ask questions, that's what you're here for. That's why you give testimony, so we can ask questions.
Can I clarify myself? I was in no means diminishing the public's right or ability or anything to comment. I was merely trying to comment on how much time we had left on our direct testimony. The only direct testimony that we have is our planner, and that testimony will take about 10 minutes. And all I said was the public is a great variable and unknown. In no way was I impugning the right of the public to speak. And I resent the assertion, both from you and from Ms. Chapman. You're both wrong.
That's your opinion. And that's not what you said. If we replay the tape, that's not how you said it or what you said. So yeah, you're wrong. Anyway, I really hope this board looks at everything that this project is about. I really hope this board looks at everything this project is about and does the right thing for this township. Thank you.
Gary, I don't see anyone else.
I actually have one question / request of the board. There was a lot of discussion tonight about the potential of a coordinated driveway or a shared driveway. I understand we won't be up next month because the bridge application, I believe, will be on the agenda. Wondering if the board will make an exception to its recently initiated policy regarding the board's professionals, if we could have a three-way between our engineer, the bridge engineer, well, if they want to participate, and the board's engineer, strictly on the question of this potential shared driveway. Because I think that would save everybody, the board included, a lot of time if we could actually come up with something and then present it, you know, for the public. That's my request. But
at this point, I probably would say no to that because of the fact that we have a lot of lawsuits against us right now, and we're trying to keep a full, in light of full disclosure to everybody. I really want this on the board record, not a conference call off the record or anything like that. I would like all of these discussions to be on the record. It's
understood. I had to ask.
I hope you understand from where I'm coming from.
Absolutely do, Chairman.
This is coming from a different perspective of being sued before we ever heard anything. So anyway, that's my take on it. I'll defer to Mr. Bryce if I'm off base on this or not, or.
No, it's the board's choice, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I would back the chairman up on that. You see the public interest. We got 4 lawsuits going. We don't want to be accused of anything in private. It's all going to be on the record here.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. Have a good night, everyone.
Hold on.
Thank you.
So,
go ahead,
Ms.
Mr. Bryce.
You want to go into executive for possible litigation?
That's what I planned on doing. So Right now, I'd like to have a motion. Did you have your hand up, Mr.?
No, I was thinking about.
Okay, thank you. Good night. Right now I need a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make
from
that
public
motion.
I'll
session.
make it. I'll second
All
it.
those in favor say aye.
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 Gary, are you gonna do anything after?
No.
Yes, we'll do nothing. No, we'll conduct no business. All we will do is come back out of the session and then we will adjourn.
Okay, I see. I gotta get people out of here.
So I would request that the public now sign off. We're going to go into executive session. I don't think it'll take too long. After which we will come back into regular session. No business will be conducted except adjourning of the meeting.